County Board of Education Board Work Session dated April 24th, 2026, held at the District Educational Services Center, Media Center at 2900 Mink Point Boulevard in Beaufort. Hybrid video conferencing. The meeting will be live streamed on the county channel. In accordance with new safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, and purses are prohibited by the public at Beaufort County Board of Education meetings. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker on BCSD and school-related topics. Citizens wishing to participate in public comments can do so in person or via phone. Requests to participate in public comments via phone will be accepted electronically. You can find the BOE public comment form on our website, https://beaufortschools.net/about-us/board-ed/public-comments. Please sign up using the public comment form 24 hours from the day of the meeting. Requesters will receive a phone call during their respective public forum time and should be ready to speak. Citizens desiring to participate in person must fill out a public comment card that can be obtained from the board clerk upon arrival. With that, is there a motion for approval of an agenda?
So moved.
Properly motioned and second. All in favor here, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Got them. Online, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Is Ms.
Hay,
Hay?
aye.
Thank you, Ms. Hay. Anyone else? Mr. Smith?
That was Mr. Smith said aye. That was me.
Okay, so who said aye online? Smith. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Isaac Gordon.
Is he online?
He's on.
Mr. Gordon, would you like to? Oh, he did? Okay. All right. You got him. Okay, if you will, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. Ms. Cushing-Berry, has the media been properly notified?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are there any public comments?
No, sir.
For superintendent and your financial staff, we are ready for the fiscal year 26-27 budget presentation.
Thank you. As our team moves forward, this is really going to serve as the first reading for our board on budget for the upcoming year. And Ms. Crosby is going to walk us through it this morning. Her team's done a fantastic job working on this.
Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well today. So today's budget presentation is the first look of the 26-2027 school year budget. This presentation and the handouts we provided to the board that are information and for discussion purposes only today. There is no vote or action required today. Today is more of a high-level conversation. There will be 2 more opportunities to bring further details as we move forward. There'll be 3 opportunities total, one at the next board meeting and in, I believe it's May 5th, and then again 2 weeks later. So we'll begin to go in depth as we move further into these presentations, but we have a high-level discussion for you today. So I think we're catching up on the, is the PowerPoint up? Okay. So moving on to the next slide, we have state the mission again. Once again, the mission of the Beaufort County School District through a personalized learning approach will prepare graduates who compete and succeed in an ever-changing global society and career marketplace. So that is the ultimate mission of the district. Every item in this budget is centered around that mission. So the pillars are our strategic plan. It's the budget framework. The budget framework is designed to follow and meet the needs of the strategic plan in the areas of support, engagement, achievement, and stewardship. And so as a result of the efforts that we've made over the course, we began this year, I believe in October, doing our stakeholder feedback very early and cast a wider net of feedback from our stakeholders. We really began with our principals and had a couple of needs assessment sessions and then moved on to several other groups. We met, we had a joint board and SIC meeting where we received feedback. We had online surveys and student advisory meetings as well. So we had a variety of conversations, and this is what you're going to see today are the priorities of what we received back as feedback. So the feedback consistently brings us to the main priorities of staff compensation, academic programs, essential operations, and safe learning environments. So you're going to see that kind of operational services and safe learning environments sort of go hand in hand, but for purposes of this presentation, I separated them out because we do have some major categories like contracts for discussion, but really all that we do in operations is to provide safe and clean and well-maintained buildings to provide a safe learning environment for students and staff. So the first item is about is a conversation about our strategic investment in staff compensation. Compensation in our district is more than 80% of our budget. So it's understanding that that would be the focus of the work that we're doing. So maintain the goals that we're trying to convey here are that we wish to maintain one of the highest starting teacher salaries in South Carolina. We want to attract and compete for high quality instructional talent, improve retention and reduce high turnover costs, strengthen workforce stability and continuity, instructional continuity, and support improves outcomes, student outcomes through experienced educators. So the second area that we're talking about today is academic programs. So we have a targeted investment in this budget for academic programs. Special education staffing and supports and multilingual learner supports were two of the highest priorities of our principals, and that feedback replicated throughout other bodies that other stakeholders as well. A Montessori expansion you will see in this budget. Behavior interventions, CTE workforce development, extended school year, and targeted summer learning support. So instructional opportunities outside of the traditional school day. So by many of the things that you're seeing here are kind of an expansion of the normal traditional school day. As we've talked about a few times, the world of education is changing and we have to adapt to that. So there's things that we're doing, programs that we're providing that give some more flexibility and more offerings, more opportunities for students. Essential operations, you're going to see that our desire is to maintain core district operations and expand. So contracted services like custodial, maintenance and grounds contracts, transportation and utilities, those are things that we're doing operationally, but also they're essential to the operations of the school district. We have to maintain those, and that in those operational areas help to provide safe learning environments for students from the time they get on the bus to the time they get home at night. Property and liability insurance, there are increases you will see in this budget. We have technology infrastructure and software licenses. We have required professional services as well within the operational services division. And finally, maintaining a safe learning environment. We have funding specifically in this budget for school resource officers, security guards, safety contracts such as alarms, sprinklers, cameras, building access, and then expansion of safety initiatives such as weapons detection systems at the middle schools. We just implemented those this school year in the high schools, so that you'll see funding for support for the weapons detection at the middle school. And then mental health and wellness supports as well, which is an ongoing thing that we need to help provide the environment where students can learn and remove the barriers that they may bring from home or in other areas. So we're going to talk today first about teacher salaries. This slide is a look at the top 10 starting teacher salaries in South Carolina in the current school year. You're going to see that Beaufort is number 2, just below Charleston, which made a massive effort last year, a large increase. In kind of competition of that, Beaufort went up a significant amount this past year in our teacher salary, and we're able to achieve a starting teacher salary of $60,087. So that's a starting teacher with bachelor's with a bachelor's degree. So steps 0 to 5 are, and you'll see that we have some handouts for you as well. But 0 to 5 steps, the first 5 years are at $60,087. So the next slide, it looks very similar, but it has a little different meaning. And that is, it's a phase in. Okay, so the next slide shows the last year's salaries. And those where we were number 4. Oh, okay. We're having a little technical, we're pausing for a technical issue. Okay, here we go. So last year, so the same slide you're going to see here, but the current year on the right, last year on the left. So we were number 4 last year. This slide's a snapshot of how we ranked last year versus the current school year. We made a $4,000 increase in order to get to where we are this year. We're holding at a solid number 2 position with Berkeley a few $1,000 behind us, and then you can see there's sort of a split between the other districts, the next 5 districts that are well below, a few $1,000s below Berkeley. So what we are proposing for the teacher salary for the next school year is a base pay of $62,587. So this would be a $2,500 pay increase. So the left lower side, it shows the current rate of $60,087. We would move up by $2,500. And the state is proposing $2,000. We believe that the $2,500 is going to be a very competitive rate for us. And in light of conversations I've had with other school districts, surrounding districts, and so on. In addition to that, we will maintain the $1,500 locality supplement for all that are eligible for it currently. So that includes teachers. And so the total compensation package for our first year starting teachers is actually $64,087. So this, I want to be transparent about what our numbers are. $62,587 is the actual amount on the salary schedule. But again, we have a $1,500 supplement, which I list just below that, to show the total compensation package for for teachers in Beaufort County School District. So we believe this is going to be, as I said, competitive and will keep us in the solidly in the number 2 spot of the state. So the next slide is a comparison. So we had some questions concerning CPI, inflation, and whether we were meeting that effort, meeting the demands of inflation with the salaries that we're providing. So what you see here, the navy line is our teacher salaries over the last 7 years. And so we started in 2019-20, which was in the pandemic, and we held the line for the next school year at the $36,928. The pandemic led to a continuing resolution that year by the state and our district, and salaries were held flat the following year. So you'll see no increase from 2020 to 21. We were partially remote still, and then later on in the year, when we returned, we did an increase. We went retroactively back to the beginning of the year and gave a 3% increase. The next year, there was a lot of conversation around teacher salaries and where we were in the state, and we found at the time that we were ranked 53rd of 77 school districts in the state. We were one of the lower third of starting salaries. However, we did have locality supplements in the range of $5,000 in those years, which weren't subject to retirement. Teachers weren't getting retirement credit for those. So what we did was a combination of an increase in pay and moving that locality supplement into a permanent base salary, giving them credits for retirement and increasing the base salary with no question that it would be removed from one year to the next. So that was a conscious effort, and we actually increased by 20% that year in the salary amount. 2 more years of healthy increases, and then another big jump last year of 17.7%. So the percentages on the top in the lighter yellow or gold colors are the percentage increase from one year to the next. So from 25 to 20, fiscal year 25 to 26, we made a 17.7 jump by consolidating the first 5 steps on the salary schedule, mirroring Charleston County School District's efforts. It was an effort that I believe has paid off. And then this year, we're proposing an increase that would be a 4.2% increase. So the 2,500 provides a 4.2% increase for just this cost of living, basically. And those that are eligible for a step would receive almost another full 1%. So almost about 0.7%. And so we're nearing the 5% mark with our total increase for employees that have for a pay increase and those that receive a step. So the next, all in all, this is a 69% increase in the teacher salaries of a period of 7 years, all of which are under Dr. Rodriguez's leadership. The next line we're going to populate here is in yellow is the CPI that which is the Consumer Price Index that we receive from the South Carolina Department of Revenue and Fiscal Affairs. This is the agency that we receive information on because we receive funding and millage caps from that agency. That is the top economic agency for the state. So we compared the CPI to the school district salary increases and found that with the exception of the year of the pandemic, we exceeded CPI percentage increases every year. Had we provided only the CPI increase, our starting teacher salaries would be at the levels from 3 or 4 years ago. The CPI increases totals 28% over that period of time if you add those together, as opposed to the 69% our district has provided. So I feel like we have a strong position of where we are and the movement that we've made over the last several years. We've exceeded the CPI that we've been provided, the data that we've been provided by the state. So then we're going to backtrack back into the various categories. Priority number one being strategic investment and compensation. And I'm going to refer you to the handouts. If you are looking for more details, and I'll be doing it as we speak as well, in the handouts in pages 4 and 5 are more detailed descriptions of the categories that I'm going to be talking about in just a few moments. Grab those. So for purposes of the presentation, we consolidated many categories, simplified them, and combined them. There's less detail on the slide, of course, than the handout. So I'll provide a little bit more detail as we move through we're referencing page 4 and 5 of the handout. So again, this budget proposes strategic investment and compensation for teachers. $2,500 increase is proposed to every cell of the teacher salary schedule, from bachelor's in 0 to PhD and 31 years of experience, giving all teachers an increase. A step increase would be provided to teachers in steps 5 and up, and we would increase the max step as well from 30 to 31 years of experience. This allows our most veteran teachers to receive a step increase. And during the 7 years that we've raised teacher salaries, we've also raised the max step increase every year. And we began at 24 years experience. Keep in mind the retirement age is 28 years of experience, but we've moved, this budget proposes to move it to 31. So the details, the costs, the projected increases of those are stated here. So $6.4 million is for the $2,500 teacher salary schedule. The $2.3 million is for the step increase. So averaging 1 to 1.5 percentage points, depending on the step. Increase in max step is about $224,000. So these proposed salary increases are about $9 million. And again, this locality supplement of $1,500 remains in place and in the budget. So a second slide of priority number 1 is strategic investment and compensation. Where we're making, so this investment we're making in our leaders, support staff, and not only salaries, but also benefits. We're proposing 3% cost of living for all other employees, including classified, professional, bus drivers, administrators, part-time employees. We have an annual step increase and an increase in the max step for these groups. We have terminal leave and lapse leave, which are in many operations. We have an aging workforce, so many people are retiring and that sort of thing. So that is an increase for these costs. And we have also paid parental leave is in the budget. So as you may recall, a few years ago, their paid parental leave was passed by the state legislature, implementing 6 weeks of leave for a new parent. And then for the spouse, it would be 2 weeks of leave. So that was an unfunded mandate from the state legislature. There is a bill in the legislature currently that is being worked on. I don't know what yesterday's, any action that was taken yesterday, but it seems to have some favorable and some pushback as well, some reservations from others in the legislature, but they're expanding that. The bill expands the leave from 6 weeks to 12 weeks for the primary parent and from 2 to 4 weeks for the spouse. So there are some concerns. It is a wonderful benefit, but there's also some concerns of lost instructional time for students. So it is the expansion of that. The cost is $400,000. And so the expansion of it is another $400,000, which would continue to be an unfunded mandate. So that is that work item. I don't have the House bill number with me, but I could certainly find it very quickly if you all are interested this afternoon. And so I did, by the way, I did contact the legislative delegation and express to them, or the secretary, or the administrative assistant to the legislative delegation to inform them of the cost and the concerns about lost instructional time as well. So, and then the final area here is the child care benefit. As you may recall, back when we, during the ESSER funding period, we did have implemented a child care program for employees as a benefit. And so that program has continued. There are about 200 students in the program district-wide, and the cost is about $338,000. We do have a small nominal fee for employees and parents, which generates about $150,000 to offset this cost. So the total of the costs here are $6.2 million, bringing the grand total of all compensation increases in the budget to $15.2 million. So the next priority number 2, was a targeted investment in academic programs. So you're going to see multilingual program support, about $200,000. We have 2 positions that are will be funded in this category, adding certified teachers. And then you'll see special education support of $336,000. There are additional positions to support special education, both teachers and teaching assistants. Montessori, we have one school was reduced, had some smaller enrollment in Montessori in pre-K and kindergarten. So this budget provides funding to transition one kinder and one pre-K classroom to a Montessori to provide more a new educational opportunity for students at that school and to help promote students and attract them back to the school having the Montessori program. Career and technology education increases. We have a new facility at May River High School. So this is a position for the auto technology classroom. We have alternative and extended year opportunities. So this is a combination of funding that's going to support both right choices and extended school year options, $346,000. The charter school allocation. We have a state formula that's required to allocate based on funding from the prior year's revenues. So this year's revenue allocation is the calculation needed for next year's Riverview charter school allocation. So a combination of an increased revenue source this year due to the tax increase that we had this past year, budget year, with the primary reason of increasing teacher salaries. And secondarily, there's an increase in the projected enrollment for Riverview, all within the allotted allocation. They were at 695 students approximately, and will be anticipating raising about 15 students through the year. So the combination of those 2 things calculates to a $1.2 million increase. And lastly, the Beaufort Jasper ACE Vocational School. Their school follows the salaries and benefit increases of the Beaufort County School District per board policy. And as a result, their teacher salaries will increase as well. And they will at a cost of about $145,000 for Beaufort County School District. There will be a corresponding increase for Jasper County School District as well. And I forgot to mention one thing, and it relates to both ACE and the career and technology education increases. There is a bill, I'm not sure if it's passed yet, but to The bill in the legislature is to provide experience credit to career and technology teachers for the experience they had in industry prior to coming to the teaching profession. So that is there is funding in the budget, about $200,000 to support that also unfunded mandate that would come as a result of this bill. And it does tend to, my feelings about it is that it is a favorable, it is favorable and that it is a possibility, has a good chance of passing this year. So the total of this category is our $2.9 million of increases. So priority 3 is essential operating services. So we see, I have a combination here: custodial, maintenance, grounds, waste is about $1 million of increases. So a combination of those service contracts that we are outsourcing for the district. Also utilities, we're seeing increases in energy, increases in water, major increases in water and sewer, and telecommunications, another $1 million. Property and liability insurance, $428,000. We had, and in some of these cases, we're a little short this year and having to offset them with savings in other areas. So that's the case with property insurance. We're a little short, so it's a little bit bigger increase because we're making up for that and adding on a little more. So insurance is increasing as well. We have technology supports of $354,000. We have compensation study. So this is the every 5 years approximately we have a administrative and classified compensation study to see if they are aligned with competitively with our peers across the region or across the nation. And so this is an amount placed in the budget to do a study this school year for potential implementation in a future year. Transportation costs, you've seen the price of the gas pump. So this is for fuel and additional half of a position in the transportation office for a mechanic. So $189,000 is attributed to those fuel costs and additional staffing requests. District support, there are other positions in the district office. I think this is 2 positions, and I have some details later in the handouts. Pest management, we've seen an uptick for some reason in pest management area, so there is an increase there. And stormwater and police fees. There has been a significant increase due to police fees in the Hilton Head Island area that have been implemented. So basically, we receive a tax bill for our schools, and although there are no taxes assessed there are stormwater fees, and in Hilton Head there are police fees as well, and some are relatively high in terms of the fees are. So $50,000 is proposed in this budget for the increase to match the historical and recently increased rates for stormwater. So total operational increases total about $3.4 million. I want to note that so we have a lot of construction going on. And with the construction, we have new facilities and we have rebuilt facilities. I want to draw a distinction between the two. When we have new buildings opening, such as May River Elementary, those are going to be in the next school year, for example, increased costs. In a school where we're rebuilding, we may be building a new building and demolishing an old one. We may keep similar or may reduce the square footage of the building. So we could have savings in the budget, or if the square footage is slightly higher, we could have a slightly higher energy cost, for example. But as we're building new buildings, we're going to have savings because of the energy efficiencies that we're putting into the building. So So you think about the new buildings that we'll be bringing, and when we're looking at a 5-year projection of what the operating costs will be as a result of the new buildings, you'll see a little more with the new facilities that are brand new and aren't rebuilding another, as opposed to renovating or adding a wing or rebuilding and demolishing another space. So we're going to see in the next couple of years some changes in the patterns of our energy, water, telecommunications, and those sorts of utilities as well. And lastly, priority number 4, our goal to maintain a safe learning environment. School resource officers is the top item at $389,384. This does represent a 7% increase from the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office, and we estimated a 4% increase in the security guard contracts that we have as well. In addition to that, contracts for security guards of $300,000. This is for additional security guards that will be needed in the middle schools to implement the weapons detection systems. So the next item is safety contracts. I mentioned earlier, alarms, sprinklers, cameras, badge access. There are increases in these contracts as well of $391,000. And health and wellness staffing. And there's a position requested for a total amount with benefits of $93,000 to support health and wellness district-wide. And to offset some of those costs, we do look for reductions in areas, and there are 2 major reductions that help us to offset the cost increases. So first of all, each year we do have some vacancies, although they have been reducing because of the salary efforts that we've made. And so we do estimate conservatively that will be a salary slippage. So this would be salaries and benefits for those that might not be hired at the first day of the school year or might leave during the middle of the school year. We might go without, a position or a person in the position for a period of time. They might leave early, various variety of things. But we're estimating that we could capture it back another $3.1 million in salary slippage to offset the costs of this budget. We do make sure that we wouldn't take every dime, because there are oftentimes adjustments during the year that we need to make sure that we can account for. But this is a conservative, but yet it's an amount that allows us to help to balance this budget. Formula-based staffing reductions as well. So each year we have a huge effort to, we have staffing formulas for every school. That we have an elementary, a pre-K-8, a middle school, and a high school staffing formula. When we apply those formulas and apply the projected enrollments for the next school year, we are able to have some reductions in staffing as a result of declines in enrollment. There's some slight declines in some schools, and so that we're able to capture. This helps to offset the reductions, offset the increases that we're going to have. So we have consistently estimated 1% year after year. And that number has proved to served us very well in previous years' budgets. Additionally, as are most public schools across the country, we too are experiencing some slight declines in enrollment in our schools. Our staffing is largely based on a formula. It has to be done on a formula in order to be equitable, because our federal funding that supplements these funds, these operational funds, has to prove that we are doing providing staff and other supports above and beyond what the basic staffing formula allows. So many of the things that we do, particularly in the budget, are based on a formula. So as a result of that, we do see some staffing reductions at an amount of $1.2 million. And so the total offsets and reductions are $4.3 million. So when we bring those all together, the proposed expenditures, so our total approved expenditures for the current year are $377 million. Employee compensation at 15.2 million increase, academic programs at 2.9, operational activities at 3.4, safety and security 1.2, and then our offsets and reductions of 4.3 give us a total increase of $18 million. The total proposed budget for the next school year is $395,321,600. 83% of the increases in this budget are directly related to employee compensation. Now it's time to talk about the funds, where the funds will come from in order to pay for this budget proposal. So the proposed revenues, again, I mention each year that we have two primary areas. We have local, state, and then a small amount of federal funds in the general operating budget. And so the white area is the state funding. It's 34.1% of the total revenues in this budget. It did decrease this year from 36%. So the funding, and you'll see in just a few moments, I have the numbers behind the graph, and you'll see how our state funding has changed over the last few years. Local is now at 65.6%, up from 64% last year. And then federal and other transfers in from other state or federal funding sources is less than 1% at 0.3%. Most federal funding is in special revenue funds like the title funds, Title I, 3, 2, 4, and so on. So I'm going to start with local funding. And the key to this slide is the value of the mill. That is the key piece of information that we needed to build this budget. On your tax bills, the next time you receive a tax bill, under school operations taxes, we have two items. One is school operations and school debt. And so the school operations taxes on that tax bill all come into this funding source. You will see the millage rate of 126.1 there. According to state law, primary homes are exempt from school operating taxes. So there are no primary homes paying into the operations to pay for teacher salaries in a school district budget in South Carolina due to Act 388. However, the tax does apply to businesses, second homes, vehicles, watercraft, etc. The amount of money we generate from these taxes is approximately $242 million this year. So you'll see projected 2026 in the far left-hand column, and the local revenue supporting that is $242 million at a mill rate of 126.1. So if you divide $242 million divided by 126, you get the mill value of $1,925,652. That is the value of the operating millage for Beaufort County School District. So if you're watching county council meetings or other entities across the county, the millage for their for their operational costs for the entity, municipality, and their debt are the same. Ours are not. Our mill value is $2 million basically for operations and $3 million for debt service. So we just want to draw a little distinction there. This $242 million makes up 2/3 of the funding for our entire budget. We're fortunate in Beaufort to have a mill value that's growing. So you can see over the years, I think I've provided like 9 or 10 years there. You can see that it's been growing year after year, and the growth factor is on the far right-hand side. Some years more than others. Reassessment year in 2019 grew about the same as normal, but our mill value was projected when we prepared the budget at a much lower level. We had a huge shortfall that year. So we have to be very conservative with what we're calculating, and it's particularly hard to calculate it in a reassessment year. 2024, though, we were very fortunate. The home values went way up, the economy, home prices were up, and we had a large increase of 14.6% that year. And so we ended up, you'll see in a future slide, where we had some excess revenues that year that we were able to work with and save in our reserve funds. And then we were able to build on that, and it offered us the opportunity to do more without a tax increase in future years. Just a last note on this item, we have we won't have a reassessment again until school year 28-29. So that'll be the next year of a reassessment. So we are anticipating a 5% growth factor in the mill value based on actual collections that we're receiving. So when we may receive, I have not received a mill value from the county yet, but I believe that our number, a more conservative number, would be the best option for our district to make sure that we have no shortfalls in tax revenue, in local tax revenue. So historical operating millage, you'll see it was at 113.5 several years ago. We've had some dips due to reassessment, and then we've managed to move that to another a level that's been relatively stable the last few years. The next slide provides the numbers behind the graphs and the charts. So one, you'll see the variance. So we have a budget to actual back to school year 21-22. You'll see that we came above our budget in all of these years. And what we're projecting this year, we believe, will be above the budget as well. At the time of this preparation of this document, we projected 3.5 million. Our revenues weren't quite as good as we thought they were going to be. Not bad, but we were. So our projections may show that this number comes down a little bit, but still above the projected amount. So based on the 5% increase, we do project 254,966,000 for the next year with the current millage rate. So what this shows is actual local tax revenues have exceeded the budget in the last 5 years. So that shows we have budgeted conservatively but accurately. Local revenue trends are stable and growing, and it supports the confidence in the revenue assumptions that we're making. And you'll see in a moment when we look at state revenues, it's really important that we have a positive variance here, because in some years we have not had one in the state revenues. So the state revenue allocations, you see about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years here. They've been relatively flat in the last few years, showing an increased need of support from local tax revenue. State revenues have fallen short in the budget last year, fiscal year 25, by $2.6 million, and they're projected to fall short by $3.8 million this year. We were given a projection in state aid to classrooms of $54 million during this time last year in the House projections. And the numbers, instead of 54 million, we're being allocated 50 million in state aid to classrooms. They're returning that allocation to 54 million next year, but it is not an increase in the budget. It is a flat amount going across for us. It's an increase from what they're actually going to give us in the current year to what we're projecting to receive next year. So if there's any word of an increase in state revenue, it's not an increase. It's a flat budgeted amount for us. So it is when we have times where we have lowered funding throughout the school year for purposes of particularly of the state aid to classroom line item, which is one of the largest line items that we have. That is the primary state funding formula in South Carolina. When we fall short there, we have to have some safety net, another plan for funding to offset these costs. So the revenue plan with existing millage. This budget provides for no millage increase, and it helps to maintain the 126.1 mills. It would generate local tax revenue of $259 million, state revenue of $135 million, and other revenue, federal and other revenue sources. So these are a little bit of impact aid, a little bit of E-rate funding are the federal sources here. And then other revenue is primarily indirect cost that comes from federal funds. So federal funds can allocate a small percentage of costs for administrative overhead costs to the general fund for operating those grants. So that's what the $1.3 million is. But overall, the total proposed revenue budget is $395,321,600. This budget is balanced with revenues equaling expenditures, which is a board policy. According to board policy, it brings the ending fund balance. It maintains it at what we project to be $85,825,000, which is a fund balance percentage that lowers a little, but we generally conservatively budget so that we outperform that fund balance percentage. The days of operations in board policy says that we may not go under 60 days of operations. This maintains us at 74 days of operations. So with this slide, we're stating that we're meeting board policy with the requirements with the budget that we are proposing. So the budget recommendation will be to approve, not today, but on May 19th, approve an expenditure budget of $395,321,600, and the proposed budget date of certification would be May 19th, and just a few weeks away. So the next steps are that we seek board input today. We continue to update our estimates based on any legislative projections that we received or internal information that we have. And then we'll begin to collaborate with county officials. May 18th is the first look of our school district budget with county council. That will be on Monday, May 18th, at the finance committee meeting of county council. So I'll turn the slide and you'll see the timeline here. And I drew some arrows to kind of show you what direction we're going. So May 5th is the next board discussion at a regular board meeting. May 18th is the County Council Finance Committee meeting. Typically, it's at 2 o'clock. I'll confirm that time and date and make sure that we get that out to you all. And May 19th is anticipated for the board certification. Then we go to first reading on Tuesday, May 26th, the day after Memorial Day. So that's an unusual for a Tuesday for county council, but there's a holiday there. And then we'll go to second reading on June 8th and third reading on June 22nd, with hopefully a final adoption and final reading of the school district budget. So the last slide is a thank you to you all for entertaining the conversation today, and to all of the entities, all of the groups that provided stakeholder feedback. I feel like this budget really was a real kind of a transformation in the way we did the stakeholder feedback this year, and I found it very helpful to do that very early and have the budget built on with the highest priorities that were communicated from the various groups. And public input can still be accepted. There's an email address here that will go to the entire budget team. And finally, I want to thank the budget team for all the efforts that they've done. Katie Abar is our director of budget. Cindy Phillips is running the PowerPoint for us and has been instrumental, and she's our economist of the group. So she's making sure we're just staying in line with the economic interests and making sure that we're on track. Lou Ackerman and Jimmy Levi are both, have been working on the details and in the trenches and getting this all done. So I want to thank them publicly, and all the other senior staff. We've met multiple times, and many other groups, and it's a huge effort, but I think we're in a good position. So I conclude, and I'll be happy to take any questions and comments you may have.
Any questions from the board members? Colonel Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this very in-depth briefing, but I have issues. First issue is I have only one exception with the expenditures, but I have a significant issue with the revenue projection. This is a time of economic uncertainty, because there's a thing called economic lag, which means economic effects of current events take months before they hit the economy. And right now, we have a war, and we have energy issues and supply issues, critical supply issues that are not coming in. Those costs have not hit yet. The inflation numbers that you mentioned are the state inflation numbers. They are not Beaufort County inflation numbers. Beaufort County inflation numbers, according to a Beaufort County Chamber of Commerce economic analysis presented at Data Island about 6 weeks ago, said that the inflation rate in Beaufort County is approaching 4%. 4%. And they use this data mostly because of housing market costs. For a family to afford a house at the median price level in Beaufort County, you have to make, according to this economic analysis, this family needs to have a income of $166,489. That gives you a impact of the house. That's for a house. And if you look at the rental property, it's higher actually than North Charleston. And that's where we're competing with. You don't show the Charleston 26-27 teacher salary. We can anticipate that it's going to be more than what they had this year. That's who we compete with for teachers. It's a labor market. It's the teacher labor market, which is different than the other labor markets, and we must compete with them, especially for young teachers. The state revenue that you propose or anticipate is an assumption. And it's a dangerous assumption because it's done during an election year. And so I don't think that we are going to have a flat state revenue. I think when it's all said and done, they'll figure out a ways to cut it so they can come back to their constituents and say, we're saving you money. This budget takes effect on the 1st of July. We don't know what the economic situation is in the 1st of July. I contend that it's going to be grave. So these numbers that you're anticipating, I think, are premature. We have time to follow this market. I believe that keeping millage rate flat is a strategic mistake. Keeping millage rate flat is great for your political announcement, but what happens is, as inflation hits and you keep your tax rate stable, that just means you're kicking that inflation rate down the road. So if we keep our revenue at flat, our millage rate as flat, and in actuality, the expenditures are 3 to 4%, then the next year we'll have to have a increase of the previous year's increase that we didn't take, and the next year. So we double our, and if you look at how we did millage rates in the past, we did that. And especially, this is the last year before reassessment year. That's another uncertainty that you're dealing with. And it's better to be uncertain positive than uncertain negative. And I'm looking at the 2019, and we had a $9 million revenue deficit. And we had a hard time getting out of that deficit. And having a deficit, a revenue deficit, is also harms our credit rating when we look at it. This is not the time to take a chance and get a negative revenue receipt based on your assumptions. It's better to have a positive revenue impact and then adjust after that, after your uncertainty has had a chance to work itself out. So I really cannot support this budget as currently written. And we'll know more as the months pass, so we'll have time to adjust. But take a look at the things that I just mentioned about the cost of living in Beaufort County. And that's who we have to make sure that we pay our employees so that they can afford it. But $166,489 for the average cost of a home here. And teachers that come in, even our teachers that are married and we have 2 incomes, don't come up to that amount. So that's my comments.
Okay, thank you, Colonel. Yes, Ms. Boatright?
Short cord over here. So if I understand what you're saying, you would be more in favor of raising millage? Is that what you're suggesting? To anticipate a shortfall in revenue?
I recommend that we have a 3.2 mil increase in millage. That is approximately 3%, which is right equal with inflation.
Right. So what I would say in response to that is, first of all, in my 5 years on the board, I have never gone wrong relying on Tanya Crosby's projections. So I'm sure that there is some history somewhere for that. But I actually do think we're in a very variable market, and there are definitely some downsides because we don't know what's going to happen. But there are also some big upsides. I mean, we could swing wildly to the upside. In fact, the stock market has come back. If you look at the stock market as an economic beacon, which I don't tend to, but, you know, just as a very obvious example, I mean, it crashed out and it's come right back because we have things coming on board that give people reasons for optimism. I also have 2 kids who have graduated and are looking at a lot of uncertainty in the economic market. But I represent the south side of Hilton Head, which is the second homeowners. We had an amazing heritage. The island, they added a 3rd floor to the Calabogie Club. Like, we cannot get enough people into the heritage. So I think we're going to have a good tourism season. But if we start passing on these costs to businesses, which are already struggling to attract workers, and we start adding on these costs to second homeowners, I think basically what I'll say right now, we'll hear more as we go along in this process, but I would not support a millage increase. That would be kind of my statement at this point.
Mr. Chairman, may I have follow-up?
Let me just ask if any other questions, and we'll come back to you. Any other board members have any input, responses? Yes.
Yes, sir, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nate, brand new band director, just got hired last year. And since we've collapsed the first 5 steps, there is an increase to the first 5 steps. Am I locked into last year's pay for the first 5 steps, or am I going to get the $2,500 increase?
You get the $2,500 increase.
Oh, excellent. All right. Is it adding a step? Now we're going to 31 steps. At what point do we hit surpass the point of diminishing return? At what point is it going to become not cost effective to maintain? I know we're using this as kind of a recruiting tool to maintain, our senior teachers, and I get that. But at what point are we really starting to pay a lot of money? 33, 35 steps? I mean, what's our exit strategy when we're going to decide to cap out?
Well, Charleston is at 40 steps.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, and a few other districts across the state are much higher as well, or not higher than 40, but that's the highest I've seen. So others as many as 35, but we don't have, I don't have an exit strategy. But I felt like 31, that we needed to continue to move, and it's a relatively small group of people. So the cost is relatively minimal considering the impact of maintaining those most veteran teachers. So for me, it's more of an instructional opportunity for our schools to maintain those teachers that wish to stay a little longer than their 28 years.
Gotcha. My aunt is a teacher in a smaller school district, but they're basically begging her to retire because they're not sure they can afford her pension. So scaled up to our size, I'm wondering at some point there's going to be a cap. The special ed funding, I think it was like $336,000 increase.
Yes.
The problem isn't going away as far as our national shortage of SPED qualified and paraprofessionals, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So what is the plan for another $336,000 to mitigate this, to put us ahead of the curve? Or are we just scaling it to, it's a percentage of the budget, so we're just increasing as we increase the budget?
So I'm going to try this, but if I need some help, I'm going to ask Dr. Cox to come forward. So this budget has 2 teachers and 2 assistants in special education that would expand to our schools, but also and I forgot to mention, but as listed in our handouts, that we are looking at also additional positions in IDEA, the federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act funding. So we're looking to see what else we're able to supplement with that funding in order to provide additional support. So they requested more than 4 positions, but we are looking to do as much as we can in the general fund and then add additional supports in special revenue. So in the coming weeks, Dr. Cox and Ms. Matson and federal programs will be working together very closely to maximize the number of positions that we're able to fill. So they have some strategies. As far as the strategies and instructional details of what's behind those, I would have to yield to Dr. Cox to explain kind of what we're going to plan on doing with those positions. But we have I know that we have a lot of schools that have clustered special education. So I think the intention is to begin to sort of distribute a few of those classrooms to other schools so that there isn't such a heavy load on the cluster schools for special education. So that would be one primary area. Expansion of early childhood special ed. We're finding a lot more children in Child Find that do have disabilities, and we could bring them in early and begin to work with their with strategies to support them. So if you're looking for something more in depth than that, then we
don't need to go too much into the weeds because that's
some of my phone a friend over here.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, that's moving away from budget concerns. Yes. I get that. Maybe that's something we can take back to academics committee and do a little deeper dive on that. But I'd be interested to go a little deeper on that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any other board members have questions or comments, input here in the room or online?
Yes, sir.
Back to you. Okay, sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I definitely have some questions.
Okay, Mr. Smith, please proceed.
Yes, sir. In terms of the 3% living increase, so that 3% living increase that we're giving out, that will not consist of the $1,500 that we give out, correct? So that would be an additional increase.
The $1,500 is a supplement that all eligible staff are already receiving, full-time staff are receiving. That would not change in the new school year. So that would still be, you can see it, we call it a supplement, but it's also, if you look at it like a bonus, it's given in 2 installments, half in December, half in May. So that would maintained, there would be no change to that rate. So 3% is on the base salary. So if the salary is $50,000 a year, 3% of that, $1,500 increase for, or that's probably a bad example because it comes up with the same number, but 3% on the base, and they would maintain the supplement as well.
Okay.
And have a step increase.
Right. Okay. But my question is this: in terms of understanding this 3% living increase, where will we put that money at? And also, one of my issues are with this is that for people like bus drivers in the lower level position that with the classified staff is that when we give these living increases, that teachers get an additional teachers already get an increase, so now they're seeing a total different increase, and so is the upper staff that the classified staff is not getting, and in terms of retaining teachers are very important, but we have to also look at it also in retaining our classified staff as well, because when you look at it, when you look at the whole child, you look at the whole building and the whole structure of it, and what brings all this stuff together. And it's just I hate to say it, unfortunately, it's just not teachers alone. And so we continue talking about teachers and talk about us wanting to be a leading the way in terms of retaining teachers, but we also I think that we also have to be a multi-tier in terms of not just leading the way in returning our teachers, but in returning staff that is necessary and that is needed throughout the year as well. We have places like the Walmart taking our staff members. It begins to get a little irritating when our staff say that they can make more at Walmart than they can at the district. And then you have teachers who are saying, well, we do need our support staff members. Hey, I do need assistance. So when we talk about these increases and being intentional about doing them, and I understand that some of them are mandated, but we also need to start shifting the conversation in terms of how we are supporting our classifieds as well. So that's one of my points, Mrs. Crosby and Dr. Rodriguez, in this budget that I would definitely like to see. Also, in terms of conversation that Mr. Geyer and Mrs. Boatwright is having, if you have a business, then having a tax increase or a second home, that's a privilege. So, if educating our kids are important, and it helps knock a little bit out of their pocket, I see no problem with that. On some degrees, I do agree with Colonel Guy in terms of the second home, those second home owners and those business people, because we're in the business of educating kids, not totally saying that we want to support for people who have businesses and second homes. That's business for them as well. We're in the business of educating kids. Some of us we must separate our. I just leave that there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For right now, that would be it. Also, we talked.
I thought you said that was it.
Well, actually, I had a question.
Can I go back to, Mr. Smith, can I go
What?
back to Colonel Guy? And then I'll come back to you. Is that
Well,
okay?
I've really made a statement, but I haven't really asked any questions. So that's what I was basing that on in terms. But I can go there for right now. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right,
Yes, sir.
Colonel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's one thing I forgot to mention to you about economic uncertainty for revenue. A year ago, before this tax year, there was a new apartment complex opened up in Port Royal called the Preserve. They paid over $1 million in property tax to Beaufort County. And then we found out that this year they paid no property tax because there was a law passed by the state legislature that said if you had a percentage of affordable housing, you did not have to pay local property tax on that. They have a very small proportion of local housing that's, quote, affordable. There's some question whether it is actually affordable or not. If you think that's the only time that's going to happen, you can be absolutely certain that all the other apartment complexes, and just in this area, there's 5 of them with over 300 homes or 300 apartments each. And you can be assured that all 5 of them are going to apply for this very same thing. And the impact is millions. Now, I asked Ms. Crosby to confirm that we didn't get $770,000 in 6% revenue from the preserve this year, less than we got the year before. But that's what concerns me. And I can just see this hitting like a tidal wave.
Yes, Ms. Boatright.
No, I think the preserve raises a red flag, and it's one that we need to address because it kind of clicked into place for me why everybody's talking about affordable housing. I was like, wow, the community spirit around here is amazing. And there are some people, I forget the name of the group, what is it, Alan Wolf's group, the community group, and they're trying really hard to get these things together. But I think there's also a lot of people who are going to exploit this loophole, and not to mention, but these are 2 separate issues, right? Because the real issue is a more political one. You can't keep granting these tax loopholes to people because it hurts the schools. And I will, once again, USCB is proposing an MCIP, which is a complete and total tax loophole that the Attorney General has said is not how that law was meant to be applied. But technically, that's how the law was written, and it could end up costing our school district $40 million. So we can prepare for that if we need to. But I think that those are 2 separate issues. The problem I have, and I am a business owner, and what I'll tell you is I don't feel that owning a business is a privilege. I think it's a job. I think it benefits the community. And you look at my state of Washington, my home state of Washington, you're familiar with Washington State or these different things, and they're putting these taxes on, and it sounds great. We're going to tax the rich, and we're going to tax these privileged second homeowners. Most of the second homeowners in my area, not most, I would say probably half, are revenue producing. They're people that own them, and that's how they pay their bills. And I do think that probably if we ran the numbers, we're seeing a lot of the second homeowners where I live converting to primary homeowners because they are moving out of places like Washington and New York. But Washington State did that, and they said, we're going to tax all the billionaires. Well, guess what? The billionaires all moved to Florida. Starbucks just relocated, it's not officially, but is relocating to Nashville, Tennessee. So it's not a zero-sum games. And I really do find it, when we're talking in a public square and we're trying to educate the public, to make it sound like people who are like opposed to tax, just necessarily raising taxes versus taking care of students. Of course, we're all here to take care of students, but there's a lot of complexity with this. So my out of the box is, I think the state of South Carolina as a whole is trying to become more of a tax-friendly state, number one. And I think the other thing is, it's not just, if we're going to have a tax shortfall, there are 2 ways to reduce to improve, to raise revenue. You can raise taxes or you can reduce costs. And we have to talk about both of those. We can't just say, well, we're just going to put another 3 million. And I do think that, we went out to the public twice now and have raised close to, I'm terrible with numbers off the top of my head, $800 million in bonds for our capital projects to build schools, because the public supports us. But at some point, if they see flat or declining enrollment and substantial millage increases, that support will erode. So I think it's a careful conversation. Out of the box, my comment to you is, I'm not upfront of supportive of raising a millage. I'm not even disagreeing necessarily with your assessment, but I think it warrants further conversation. And I did have a couple of questions, just really quick, if you don't mind. One thing I wanted to ask about with, let me pull up my questions here. Do we have, with the technology thing, with that Safe K through 12 memo, now we're required to have budgeted for cybersecurity. Do we have that in our budget? Because the state has sent that memo out. Do we have those line items broken out? That's a new requirement.
Mr. Shohan stepped out.
Okay, we can talk about that later.
Yes, I'll get some information for you.
Because one thing is when technology is a big part of any budget, but it's always good to see like what all that means.
So can you repeat again exactly what
The Safe K through 12.
Safe K through 12. So was this a bill?
No,
or-
it was a bill that's now in implementation.
Okay.
I think it came in 2 years ago, but one of the line items is you have to have a budget line item for cybersecurity. And they actually propose a budget model to use. The other question I had was, I didn't see in our current facilities master plan the cost per pupil, but a $1.2 million charter school, I need to be able to explain that if someone asked me about that. What's our cost per pupil at Riverview versus like Pritchardville?
It's around, I don't have all of the costs. There's a cost center report. I think Mr. Geyer is going to pull it up for us.
A
And
cost center
this will be
report?
the current year, or based on the current budget year.
Is that a report that
It's
the
about
board's gotten and I just can't find?
It went to the finance committee.
When did it go to the finance committee?
About, I think, December.
You want it for Riverview?
Yes.
Riverview Charter Schools at 10,886, 10 million. Yeah, that's the total. The total cost per student is 15,000
At Riverview?
at Riverview, 15,663.
That's
Now, if
before
you-
the
if-
$1.2
if you
million
look-
increase, right?
Yeah, so it is a little more expensive than Robert Smalls is at 14,000 and River Ridge Academy is at 12,000.
We'll get the cost center report and send it to the board, and it ranks them by highest to lowest costs, and we can give you that information. Yeah.
That gives me a little bit of a pause, that we've got a charter school at 15,000 and we're going to add 1.2. And that's not a high need school, correct? It's not a high poverty school or whatever.
It's not a
like-
high poverty
So
school.
when you look at some of those, like Robert Smalls is it high needs? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
It is a Title I school.
So it's a Title I school and we're getting less per pupil than our charter school, which is about to get a $1.2 million increase. I know we're going to have Riverview here today. We need to be able to explain that to the public because that is going to get people's attention.
Ms. Crosby, you have all those questions noted, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anyone who has not spoken would like to speak?
I applaud my colleagues for raising many of the questions that I had. So it was all well articulated. So I think we have a lot to now discuss and move on. See where we're going to go. Thanks.
Okay, one last time. Oh, Colonel, did we come back to you? You can, Mr. Smith, okay, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir. In terms of the, in terms of the budget, I'm also looking to be very intentional about how we're putting money into the Tier 1 schools versus the other schools that maybe that are Title Ones, as one of my colleagues just point out, because we do have some schools who are working and who do have needs, and every school's need. I do understand that every school's needs sometimes are different, and sometimes are more than others. And so through this budget process, I'm going to be looking for that to be analyzed as much as possible because I'm going to be intentional about looking for that because I'm going to be in the results section. Matter of fact, but yeah, I tell you what, I close my mouth right now. And could you speak to that, Ms. Crosby, of how we're being intentional and put how we're being intentional and putting money into the educational process and not just saying that, we're just hiring teachers or and grabbing programs. Can you speak to that?
Ms. Crosby, do you want to answer or you've gotten the complete?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you repeat that?
I think he's asking for more definition on his original question of how the money will be split by school.
Okay. So
not necessarily by excuse me, hold on. Pardon me. Not necessarily by school, but also in terms of by programs and how we personally targeting schools who are I guess by schools. Excuse me. I guess you're correct a little bit, but by schools, but also the schools that we have that are having situations. How are we targeting them and where are we putting out the money? Where are we putting money at in those schools?
So, Mr. Smith, we do understand that every individual school is different. Every school has different needs. So first of all, we don't just budget with the general fund. We budget with special revenue, EIA funds, our federal funding. We have student activities that are funding our schools. They're helping to support themselves through different activities and student activities as well. And then capital needs. And so there are a variety of ways that we assess what the needs are at schools and then support them through various funding sources. So the base funding formula is in the operating budget, in this budget. And so we're equitable among the schools, providing a per pupil amount for supplies and materials, and then also for staffing. We provide additional staffing for schools with high needs, high poverty, and other special circumstances by giving a weighted staffing formula. We weight them in a high poverty and a very high poverty school. So we lower the class size for each of those categories. So we're providing additional supports in that way. Keep in mind, 80% of the budget is salaries and benefits. So that takes up the lion's share of the budget. And then we have an individual, we have Title I funds that can provide additional supports and additional staffing, additional supplies, materials, and services, professional development through those supplemental supporting Title I. Title II is professional development. So that's additional support that we can provide. Title III is multilingual learner supports. So we're able to add positions or provide supplies and materials through those funds. So with schools with high multilingual populations, we use that funding source. So that's why we combine. We don't see the budget as just the numbers that you're seeing today. We have alternative supporting systems to help the schools with high needs in various areas, high special needs populations, and so on. So there's a lot of it's the total budget with all those additional. We have probably $35 million of additional supports in special revenue and EIA funds alone, and then the schools also are able to help augment their athletics departments in the special student activities, and then through booster clubs as well. So there's a lot of support systems around the school in terms of funding. This is just one major and important piece of it, but also we're able to do a lot more with those other pots of money.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby.
Mr. Smith? Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, may I ask you to indulge us and allow us to move on? We're going to ask Ms. Crosby, if the superintendent agrees, you've heard all the questions. Contact Mrs. Smith individually as well as Colonel Geyer and solicit what their critiques and questions are about, and then come back with a very cogent response to all these questions, if that's
And
okay.
Mr.
Is that
And,
okay?
and Mr. Chairman, I do understand what you're saying, but the budget is one of the most important things that we as board members get ridiculed for. And if we're not having this conversation, then basically we're not doing our job. And I mean, I would hate for it to appear that just though that we're rushing through the budget and not getting our questions answered and not communicating effectively. And then they come back and say, well, we've had we've had several budget discussions publicly, and these things were kind of met. I think this is the place where we do have these conversations, and I do have a comment because she gave me a lot. She gave me a lot of information. Well, she said a lot of stuff just now, but there is some more meat that needs to be understood in terms.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Smith, may I again ask you to contact Ms. Crosby and share your questions directly with her. This medium, I think everything that people have felt emotionally and passionately about has been surfaced. No one's been denied an opportunity to speak, and multiple speakers have been given more than one chance to speak. So we're not dodging. We're not dodgers. There's not a bone in our big body that dodges any doggone thing in life. So what we're trying to do is to make sure that we give the people who are professionals and have all the data a time. And I think the next board meeting on this is when, May 19th?
May 5th.
May 5th. So that gives them an opportune time to go and do some real rigorous research and come back to answer your questions. So with that, if I may ask you to allow us to move on, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I just want to say that answer. I heard what Mrs. Crosby said, but in addition, though, I think that there are more nuts and bolts that comes along with the response that I was given. I'm still looking for more. Thank you.
Well, we are certainly supportive of you being afforded that opportunity to provide that specific questions to her. So thank you for agreeing to allow us to move on. All right, next topic is Riverview Charter. Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Yeah, board members, anybody want 5 minutes? Yes, okay. 5-minute break. Let's make it actually 8-minute break. Come back at 10:40. Thanks, everybody. at 10:40.
10:40. All right. Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Rodriguez and his staff. Thank you all so much for having us today. Before I get started, I'd like to take a point of personal privilege just to also recognize a few audience members. Joined with me are a few of our board of directors, Mr. Maurice Greenleaf, Ms. Christina Gacy, as well as Miss Geneva Baxley. Not sure if you all know, but actually Miss Gacy was a Riverview teacher for many, many years before stepping into a different realm, but she has now returned back and is on our board of directors. So very glad that our board could be here to support us and just kind of really show that camaraderie that we've been building. So
Would it be okay, sir, if we gave him a round of applause for showing up?
absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry about the
Very
interruption.
hard. Today I'm here to give the annual report update from the 24-25 school year. I want to start with just a generalized statement. Riverview Charter School is Beaufort County's K-8 charter school. We continue to make measurable progress in academic performance, operational stability, and community engagement. Building upon the 2024 foundation, the 24-25 school year, it reflected both strong student outcomes and a clear strategic focus on continuous improvement. And what I'd like to share today are a few of our key indicators and how we've been making those areas of growth as well as progress. So starting with academic performance and growth, I am super excited to share that Riverview has consistently demonstrated strong academic outcomes, particularly at our middle school level. Riverview earned, again, an excellent report card rating, while our elementary school earned an average report card rating. Just to go into a little bit of details about the middle school performance, 74.6% of our students met or exceeded the ELA expectations, and 57.1% met or exceeded math expectations. And I'd like to show that those metrics outperform both Beaufort County as well as state averages in both of those areas. Our elementary performance, 71.3% met or exceeded ELA expectations, while 57.4% met or exceeded in math. Although we had a slight dip in our overall school report card rating, I am excited to share that we did achieve an excellent in academic achievement. So we've been very intentional at identifying where those consistent barriers still are so that we can address them, as well as working on increasing that report card rating again. Looking at our Algebra 1 end of course, 77.14% of students scored a C or higher, while the state average remained at a 53.1. So in response to the elementary performance and the identified achievement gaps, with the support of our board of directors, we have implemented targeted strategies, including expanded intervention staffing, strengthening our RTI system so that we could have a strong tier 1 MTSS program, so that really when you have a strong tier 1, it really reduces the tier 2 and tier 3 students needing those additional sped supports. And all in all, while we were able to do that, we also maintained consistent use of iReady diagnostics, which is right in line with the district. Previously, we relied on MAP testing as well as iReady, but Beaufort County has been using iReady for the last few years, and so that is our consistent diagnostic that we have used. We have established a clear goal of 75% of students performing at or above grade level by spring 2026. I'm happy to also report that we just completed our iReady benchmark testing for the spring, and although we just have those preliminary numbers, I'm excited to say that at least right now in ELA, those preliminary numbers are showing that we are at that 75%. While we still have some work to do in the math component, I'm happy to show that we are making consistent strides. I'm excited for our students to take SC Ready this year so that we can see just how much of that information has been retained so that we can see those efforts. Continuing on, looking at student achievement and successes, Riverview has had a phenomenal year this past year. In 2025, we received the Innovative Community Partnership Award from the South Carolina Public Charter School Alliance, which, as you know, is the state's flagship alliance for most charter programs programs in the state, locally authorized and state authorized, as well as university authorized as well. In addition to that, Riverview was named the 2025 Best of Beaufort, Best Charter School by the South Carolina Post and Courier Beaufort. We are super proud of that. As y'all know, Bridges Charter School has taken that award the last many years. And so for Riverview to come for the first time and have taken that, we are certainly looking forward to the trajectory continuing on. Just a few weeks ago, Riverview also received the Palmetto Gold Award for high performance for our middle school. As I've seen several schools in Beaufort County has received that as well from the State Department. So we're excited to be amongst the numbers as well. Several students in our 8th grade class continue to be recognized as South Carolina Junior Scholars, and 100% of our students participated in service learning projects, reinforcing our whole child model. Just this past November, we again partook in our service learning project, Empty Bowls, where our entire school community, including parents, board members, staff, everyone, we helped pack over 50,000 meals yet again. That goes and supports child hunger, not only here locally in Beaufort, but throughout the United States and across the international countries as well. All of those are programs that we raised funds for to be able to do. So none of these are coming out of our actual general operating budget. So super proud of that. When you look at our financial performance and our strategic planning, I want to applaud our board because, as y'all know, this is my second year here at Riverview. And when I first got here, one of the first things that we all agreed on was that we needed to come together and renew a strategic plan so that we had a sense of direction of where we're going. Our board has worked on that for almost a few months, starting over the summer. We have finalized that strategic plan and it is in effect right now. That's where we have the academic goals as well as strategic plans that are helping to ensure that we're going to be meeting our students, our highest needing students where they are. When we look at our overall rating, we know that we have some gaps when it comes to pupils in poverty. We have some gaps when it comes to our low socioeconomic background students and families, as well as our students who are receiving special education services. So those are the areas that our academic plan is intentionally focusing on. Financially, when you all received our annual report back in December, we also provided our financial audit, which is typically due sometime in early November or before November the 1st. Once again, we had a clean audit with absolutely no deficiencies. And that has been a continued trend for the last foreseeable many years. In addition to that, at this point in time, just like Ms. Crosby, Riverview is also in the process of budget planning for 26-27 as well. So I know it all too well, Ms. Crosby, when you're talking about increases to insurance, increases all across the board, that is something that Riverview is also having to navigate through as well. So one of the things that we are doing is we have started a vendor review process where we are just wanting to ensure the most cost efficient vendors are in place. So any RFP that we have contracts over $10,000, we have renewed that entire process just to make sure that we are being good stewards of the dollar and making sure that all the companies and providers that we are partnering with are giving us the best services for the funds that we are expending. As you know, right now, we will continue to move forward with that budget planning with the exception of a couple things that are still ongoing, such as the lease negotiation, as well as an in-house, because we're not paying someone out-house, but an in-house strategic compensation study just to determine where our teachers and staff are in comparison to Beaufort County so that we can close some of those gaps. Super excited to state that although we have some constraints when it comes to being able to go above and beyond with where we want with our budget, we are certainly still looking at outside options. So this past year, we were the recipient of several grants and recognition and external support programs. One most recently that we learned of, Riverview received a $50,000 marketing match grant that was awarded through the Post and Courier Beaufort County. It is important to note that this is not something that will be able to be expended until the the upcoming school year, but that marketing match grant is meant to help us expand our marketing resources and advertising so that we can ensure that we are meeting all of Beaufort County's needs. We know that we want to expand and go out more into the St. Helena area, the Labico area, the Whale Branch area, and ensure that those families know about Riverview, but they also know that they have access to Riverview. So that's where much of that grant is going to help us focus on. In addition to that, with the work again of our amazing board of directors, Ms. Geneva Baxley, she serves as our advancement chair. She has been working with myself and our board chair to really strategically find a partner who came alongside to support Riverview so that we could start the first ever Stingray Scholars program. And that is an after-school program that was completely funded by a private donor so that we could put in place a targeted support and academic intervention program that's after school for students in grades 3 through 5. You may ask, why are you focusing on 3 through 5? Because when we look at our report card, that's the area that I can actually see where we have our greatest deficits and where we have more gaps that we need to close. And so by us being able to put that program in place, we're now able to track the number of students who were at least 1 or 2 grade levels below average at the start of the school year and put them in this intensive intervention program after school. We meet 2 days out of the week for about 2 hours. And we are now looking at their iReady assessment scores to see how those students have grown from fall, winter, and spring, which is how I am able to preliminarily share that we have met that 75% goal in ELA, and that's just based off of our iReady assessment so far from this past spring. Riverview we continue to develop long-term fundraising and endowment strategies so that, you know, the conversations that y'all are having about the future, not just at Riverview or in schools, but Beaufort County and the state in general, we want to make sure that we are also following those trends as well. We don't want to find ourselves in a situation where somehow we might end up seeing a reduction in funds in future years just because of what's going on, and we not be prepared to respond to that appropriately. So that will continue to be something that we will develop alongside, and we'll keep you posted on what that will look like. In terms of community engagement and school culture, Riverview continues to serve as a community-centered school with strong family engagement. Just this past month, we had our, I want to say 16th or 17th annual Beaufort Twilight Run, where we have had the highest number of participants to date, with over 1,100 runners that were registered and came out to support that. I was very honored to see a few of y'all out there as well, just engaging with our community and families and just seeing how that community is really supporting family engagement. In addition to that, our Kaleidoscopes Arts Festival, I actually sent all of you an email yesterday inviting you to come out to our Kaleidoscopes Arts Festival that will take place next Thursday, April the 30th. We would love to see you to come out there, but that is our way of ensuring that we are staying tied to the local Beaufort artist community who are making partnerships with our school and coming in and really demonstrating to our students the impact of art programs, as that is something that is near and dear to my heart. In addition, this past year, along with a couple other Beaufort County schools, we will be partnering to adopt a part of the Spanish Moss Trail for community beautification and service learning. So we are certainly looking forward to partnering with like Port Royal Elementary to be able to ensure that we are just extending avenues of education to the community, but also to our Riverview families as well. Lastly, we have continued developing close partnerships with the University of South Carolina, Beaufort, in their College of Education, as well as nursing. This past year and the year prior, we were able to receive multiple interns in education and nursing, which is just helping to strengthen that input from those students in securing needed opportunities to really see what it is like to work in a charter school, but also you think about nursing. There's never been anyone that has stated that school nursing makes more than regular hospital nurses. And so we know that that is a hindrance for those who are going into that field. And so by building that partnership, we're hoping that those interns would get an opportunity to truly see that you can be just as impactful as a school nurse as in the hospital, despite what the pay might be in terms of variant differences. So super excited to continue developing those partnerships with USCB. We know that ultimately our school climate, it does remain strong with a high satisfaction rating across students, staff, and families, thus reinforcing a positive and supportive learning environment. The area where I'm most excited about, and I don't think that there's any secret, when I came before this board last year multiple times, I made it clear that my goal as a director at Riverview was to be able to continue to strengthen our partnership with the district so that we would all be able to move on one accord. And that has been happening since day one. The conversations and partnerships that I've formed with not only Dr. Rodriguez, but many of your senior cabinet members here has been phenomenal. And it has truly helped to aid in the development, but also just the progression of the both faculty and staff coming together to support the school community. So one of the things that you all challenged us with last year, increase your coordination in student transitions to district high schools. We heard that and we did that. Just this past year, we were very fortunate enough that we took every 8th grade student to tour both Battery Creek High School as well as Beaufort High School. And then we had a special presentation from Ms. Frida Mechanic at Well Branch Early College High School, who came to Riverview and was able to share about her school and the programs that they have. Although I don't have the statistics here, we just actually finalized our overall statistics of where our students are matriculating after they leave from Riverview. Excited to say that 91% of our 8th grade students will be matriculating into Beaufort County High Schools. And that is a number that we hope to continue to increase. And I know we will, as our students are getting more input and they're able to be a part of those schools and see the opportunities that are there, whereas in years past that may not have necessarily happened. In addition to that, we have increased our collaboration on instructional practices and professional learning with the district staff. And I'd like to also take a point of privilege to just recognize just a few schools, not all of them, but Robert Small's Leadership Academy, St. Helena Elementary, those two schools in particular, we have truly been able to build a partnership with, and we have had opportunities where they've brought some of their staff over to Riverview to observe and collaborate. We've sent our staff over to their places to observe and collaborate. St. Helena did a phenomenal job at having their leadership day just 2 weeks ago. And myself and Mr. Maurice Greenleaf, we were able to go and be a part of that and just see the great work that's going on. Any opportunity that we have to get in Beaufort County schools and be able to serve as one truly is an opportunity for all students. As I say, every student is a Beaufort County student. So if it's good for one, it's good for the gander. So wanted to highlight that part. Ongoing operational coordination, including facilities, safety, and traffic management. I am sure that I am Mr. Otting's best friend at this point, as many times as we have to communicate and collaborate with each other. But what that tells me is that we are truly strengthening that support ongoing so that immediate needs of the school are addressed in a very timely fashion. And then lastly, alignment with district priorities while maintaining our charter autonomy. One of the things that I took to heart was a deep analysis of multiple programs that we have, from academics, operations, finance, all the above, and working with some of these senior leaders to ensure that I know what the expectations are for all Beaufort County schools, and then we can go back and compare ourselves with that, and where we're falling short, that's where we are investing and ensuring that we are increasing awareness and as well as just nuances so that we're on the same page. So with that, I am super excited to share that Riverview, we truly are continuing to demonstrate a strong academic performance despite some decreases in overall report card ratings, which we could certainly get into during questions and answer. Also just responsible financial management by way of us having no deficiencies in our audit for many periods of a time since I've been here and beforehand, as well as just increasing overall community engagement. We celebrate the significant accomplishment that our school has, and we also remain focused on addressing areas of growth as well as strengthening its role as a collaborative partner within Beaufort County. So before I close this part out, I again just wanted to recognize the work that this board has done and how you have all come alongside to support our board as well. I truly feel and see the difference. Our faculty and staff, they can tell and feel the difference. And overall, our students and families are feeling the difference in a more positive way. So with that, I'd like to take any questions and or comments that you may have at this time.
Any board members, questions? Yes, sir, Colonel.
Thank you, Devontae. Excellent briefing. Could you tell us a little bit about your demographics? One of the small areas that you don't quite match our demographics is Hispanic. Tell us about your efforts to outreach to the Hispanic community.
Yeah, that was an area that I identified very early on that we needed to truly strategize and come together with. So immediately what I did last year was I reached out to some of our Hispanic leaders in the community. Eric Navarro may be one that you know of. He's the president of the Hispanic Small Business Alliance. We've been coming together and collaborating on identifying different ways that we can reach some of these families more so. And so what that has looked like over this past year, going out to community events where things are happening, going out to local churches, going out to public libraries. We organized an opportunity for families to come out to the Labico Library back in January when we were having our lottery open season. In addition to that, we expanded opportunities for families to come on campus to tour and see Riverview for basically the entire month of January. We had open houses where you didn't have to make an appointment, just come on and see the work that we are doing. So this past year, when you look at our Hispanic population, it equated to about 7% of our population, but we're hopeful that that number will continue to increase. But I do want to, while we're on the topic of demographics, just to point out, this past year, Riverview, we were literally maybe 3 percentage points away from qualifying for Title I. 40% of our students identify as free and reduced lunch. And I don't know if that's something that's widely known. And so it's important because when we are thinking about the gaps that our students who are coming in have, students who are multiple grade levels behind. I told you guys beforehand that along with many schools in the district, Riverview also identified as being on the ATSI list, and that is for pupils in poverty as well as our students who are needing SPED services. We know that when families come in and they have high needs, the opportunities for them to be able to meet those needs are not so much. When I think about gaps that we have, technology gaps, we're not able to provide one-to-one just yet for every student. That is something that we're working towards. And so when I think about our minority families, I'm able to truly see why there is a wider gap between those students compared to non-disabled peers, compared to peers that come from two-family households or peers that are coming from homes that have a high median salary for those families.
Any other board members' questions? Dr. Carr?
Thanks for bringing us up to speed.
Sure.
Colonel Geyer asked kind of where I was going, but you shared some of your challenges. Are there other challenges that you sort of are working towards or you have identified, and are there strategies to kind of get there?
Sure. Outside of some of the academic challenges, obviously we're still working through the facilities challenge. You know, Riverview, we are currently housed in the old Shell Point Elementary, which is a very, it's an older school that does not come without its challenges or risks. So working with Robert Outing and his team to ensure that those needs can be met. But when I think about like my overall way of projecting for our budget, those are some of the things that I'm having to constantly think through. We have certainly seen, just like Tanya Crosby has outlined, increases all across the board with utilities, electricity, water, sewer, things that we are wanting to ensure that we are able to project moving forward so that we're able to truly put our funds where it needs to matter the most. And right now that is definitely in the facilities area, as well as with the strategic compensation of our faculty and staff as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Boatright?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I've been very impressed. Your communication to the board has been light years ahead of where it was, and I feel very informed. It's great to see all the community outreach you're doing. So I think you've been doing an excellent job. I did raise the question about the cost per pupil and the extra $1.2 million in our budget. So can you give me an explanation as to why that $1.2 million is needed?
Sure. Obviously, I think we all know that once we get our general allocation, that allocation is front loaded, but it doesn't have the facilities agreement from the lease also attached. As you know, that is almost $600,000 that we pay to the district. And right now, because that lease agreement, we're still in negotiations. I have no choice but to budget for the actual true amount that we have consistently been paying as per that agreement. In addition to that, Riverview, we have seen over the last few years, last year in particular, a drastic increase to just our general liability and property insurance. That those rates went up almost $50,000 to $60,000. In addition to that, the remaining of those funds are going so that we could really close the salary deficit between our teachers and that of the district. So last year, before I got here, the median average salary for a first-year teacher was $50,000. So a few thousand below that of the district. We were able to strategically rebalance things this past year so that we could be in alignment with Beaufort County, and our starting teacher pay went up to $60,000. So when we look at our personnel budget, over 82% of our budget is going strictly to personnel, and that is really so that we can stick with the increases across the board, but also account for things that we just have to manually and strategically plan for, such as insurance, such as facilities costs and all the above. We definitely provide our audits each year. Last year, when we had our end of year fund balance, we typically are ranging somewhere around less than 2 to 3% of our general operating budget in terms of saving measures. And in addition to that, Ms. Crosby had mentioned that our enrollment allocation is expected to increase. Now, I'd like to talk about that for a second. Yes, that is true, but where that's coming from is a significant decrease in our overall enrollment that we currently have in our middle school. Per our charter, we are not able to backfill seats in 7th or 8th grade, and we don't backfill seats after January 1st. So, for example, if I have a 6th grade student whose family leaves January the 2nd, that now means that's 2.5 years that we will not be seeing those fundings until that spot is able to be replenished again. And so what I'm having to do strategically, yes, we have seen a slight increase. However, conservatively, it is not in my best interest to say, oh, yep, that's going to be the exact number that we're going to start with and end with. So this past year, we saw a reduction in our funding because of some per pupil allocation changes. And so we've also got to be strategically prepared to respond to that. And so, yes, we may see a 1.2 million, but that doesn't account for the 600,000 for the rent. That doesn't account for a pocket of money that I think I need to set aside just in case we see that drop for our per pupil allocations. I don't want to be in the red, essentially is what I'm saying. But I hope that answers your question a bit.
That was an excellent answer, but can I just ask a little bit more clarification? Sure. The charter thing school is confusing for people because you are a district-owned, sponsored, not owned.
Yeah.
You're a district-sponsored charter. So your students are Beaufort County School District students. And I do know that that was kind of a weird thing with the not being able to replace middle school. I understand why that was happening. But what I want to make sure that people understand about the charter schools, because when I asked about Title I,
Sure.
when we look, some of our schools are in the $20,000 per pupil. Generally speaking, that's because they're under-enrolled schools and Title I schools. And so that's, you guys are not under-enrolled. I mean, really, in the grand scheme of things compared to some. And then Title I, you're not Title I. So when I look at Robert Smalls, which is last time I checked, and you might know more than I do, but kind of bursting out the seams and it's been gotten very popular. And they are a Title I school. The fact that they're underneath your per pupil, and I understand the additional expenses, right?
Mhm.
So maybe you just need to clarify for me, because this is hard for me to keep track of with the charter schools and the, state sponsored charter schools. But if we are all 35 of our schools are experiencing the same increases in utilities and liability, right? I mean, I'm assuming they're all on the same plan more or less. And we're not budgeting an extra $1 million for our 35 schools to cover that. I think we budgeted 3.3 million for those costs, right? I'm terrible. I should not spout out numbers at all. I should just stop it. But so that's what I'm trying to make sure when people are wondering, okay, we've got this charter school, which is very well respected in the county. It's not a Title I school. It's fully enrolled, and yet its cost per pupil is exceeding certainly the Bluffton schools, which some of the Bluffton schools are in the $10,000 per pupil. And then we're going to allocate $1.2 million out of this budget. Just give me an understanding, because I think what you're getting at with the lease and with how you allocate costs, we don't have a lot of visibility into your salary. On that cost center document, your school doesn't have the salary. So we don't know. I guess that's up to you guys to set the salary. It's detached from us. And it gives me just a little bit of pause to make sure I understand that money is, for the per pupil cost or the $1.2 million. We don't have the same level of visibility into how that gets spent, right? Because of the charter. Is that correct? Or is Tanya accounting for all of
I
that?
believe you account for that, Ms. Crosby?
Or she can have, I've got an extra microphone.
So Riverview has a separate accounting department, separate auditor, so they have separate set of financial statements than the school district. But at the end of the year, their financials become part of as a component unit. So it's a separate schedule in the back of our audit report. So they're not combined with our financials as far as salaries and benefits. So really, we don't run their payroll. They manage their payroll. They manage the cost and the allocate the dollar amount that each teacher will receive. So they don't necessarily follow the school district's salary schedules. So the only salary information we would have would be basically at the end of the year when we see the total dollar amounts in the financial reports. And so that would be so I guess salaries could have been prepared in the document that you're referring to, I think the cost center report. But really, we just say them at one time a year at the end when they're combined with our financials at the in the financial report. So.
And I'd like to speak to the salary schedule. This is true. This is something that I recognized when I got here. There was not a outward facing salary schedule. That is something that will be shifting in the next year. Right now, where our priorities were, we weren't able to give a standard. I mentioned that we increased our starting teacher pay from 51 to 60. That was the only major increase that we were able to give. So those from years 0 to 5, they received the highest increase, while those 6 through everybody else, they just got a 2%. So this next year, we're gonna keep our 0 to 5 where it is. There's no plans to increase it again, but now move on to years 6 through 13, if that makes sense. And then by year 3 or next year, we'll focus on the latter part. My goal is for us to be able to create almost like a universal salary schedule. Really, my goal is to match Beaufort counties. I want to be able to say that our salary schedule is the exact same for the district. But that is something that we will strategically be working through, and that will be publicly outward facing.
And that's all I have. And thank you very much, because the two things I like about that, strategic and transparent, I think that's excellent.
Yes, ma'am.
I think there's a clarification that I'm assuming, I'm not sure if we're on the same wavelength on it, but I think it's important that you hear this, because it might answer your question too.
So I mentioned it briefly in the budget presentation, but there was a lot there, so you may have missed it. But so basically, there's a formula that the state provides to allocate funding to charter school, to district-sponsored charter schools, and it is the total revenues of the district for this school year. So we have to project what our actuals will be for this school year. And so it's local, state, and that federal and other category. So we take that total, we divide it by the entire school district, including Riverview's weighted pupil units at I think it's an average daily membership. There's a certain enrollment number we take each year, and it's consistent. We divide it and get a total percentage, a dollar amount per pupil for every student, and then multiply it by Riverview's projected weighted students for the next year. And so their funding always is based on the prior year's financials. So it's an allocation, and if their weightings, if they have fewer special education students or more, then that may fluctuate a little differently. And this year they have a maximum rate of 720 students in enrollment that's based on a charter agreement with the school district from years ago. And they've been consistently about 695 students. And so those seats aren't filled. That's what he's talking about. And they're acting to making measures to increase those numbers in the coming year. So the combination of the additional 15 students and our tax revenue going up from last year to the current school year, that is the combination of what's creating that $1 million extra.
So it's not, it's, I just want to make sure, it's not that Riverview's coming saying, we need 1.2 million more, or it's formula driven, in that fashion.
Okay, any other board members here or online have questions or comments?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
First off, I'd like to start off by saying thank you for coming to us and giving us this presentation. There's a lot of meaningful information. Just I just want to go back to one of my questions that my colleague was asking along the lines of I just do understand that you said you were 40% reduced lunch. Also, also in terms of that, what does your sped department look like at Riverview Charter School?
Did you say that last part? What is the?
What does your sped department look like?
Our special education services are actually continuing to increase. We are starting to see for some of the first times where Riverview, we don't accept students. It's a lottery. If they get selected in the lottery, we accept the student. Some of those students' needs are coming in more and more than we actually have the staff to assist with that. So, for example, we've seen a significant increase in the number of students who are autistic or students who are coming in with profound disabilities. We're having to strategically think through staffing to ensure that we're meeting all of those students' needs, but we are seeing an increase in the number of students identified as IDEA or students who are receiving RTI services. I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I would gladly get that to you. But we are trending upward. So this is where our collaboration with like Mr. Cox or Dr. Cox has been extremely important, as well as all of the student services department. At this time, we are hoping to be able to offset the need for the ATSI status, but also our students in poverty by increasing one interventionist for the next year, and we're hoping that that'll help kind of close those gaps at the elementary level where we see the greatest need, rather.
Right. And thank you for that. And also, I noticed that when you started your presentation, one of the things that you said was that in terms of testing, y'all were not where y'all wanted to be at, but you are still you're going to get there. And one of my questions, the reason why I was asking you that is because I was wondering, and you kind of answered in the effort of moving in terms of the large fluctuate of sped students within the line of your last couple of years. I was wondering, would that have something to do with your testing, with your scores, possibly?
if I'm understanding correctly, you're wondering if the increase in students with sped services is equating to the change in report card rating. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, better,
Or what other
a better
factors
question.
are contributing? Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
that makes sense. That is certainly one of the factors and one of the factors that led to the ATSI status. I would also say, in addition to that, we all know that a few years ago is where I call it the great resurgence of state standards. A few years ago, we just adopted new science standards, and so 2 years ago, when we look at our preparing for success. And if you look at the state report card, that's the science assessment. Last year, there was none because the standards were new, or 2 years ago. This past year, our students took that assessment and we did not perform up to satisfactory performance. That has a huge variance on the elementary report card rating, moving from good to average this past year. But on the flip side, what I can tell you that we've done was we have strategically identified that fourth grade science test and looked at the curriculum that we were using, and we have revised that curriculum to come more on par with where Beaufort County is doing. In addition to that, collaborating with the science coordinator has been a huge game changer for us. Our fourth grade teams have adopted the Project Lead the Way, as I know is in most of the schools in Beaufort County. And what did I do? I looked at the schools that had the highest report card rating in that area and asked those principals, can I come and see the great work that y'all are doing? We're looking to adopt Project Lead the Way, and we adopted that back in September this past year. And so in addition to that, we have not historically had a standardized science benchmark. I-Ready doesn't have a standardized science one. And so we have adopted a science benchmark where we're now able to track our students' progress so that we can see where do we need to come back in and do reteaching or have intervention or move students from in class to RTI or tier 1 to tier 2. All of those are things that we have been working on strategically in partnership with Beaufort County, as well as some of our neighboring schools. So my expectation is that those scores will continue to increase. With our strategic plan, our board has given a very high goal at getting both of our schools, elementary and middle, back to an excellent rating before 2028. And that is something that I don't take lightly. I take that very seriously. And so that's why it's important to me that we continue the collaboration between coordinators and our staff, as well as just breaking down any old barriers that were in place where folks may have felt that Riverview was on an island alone. And I'll also say there may have been perception in the community that Riverview was also one of the ones that felt like they were on an island. I don't believe in that. We are one district. And my goal is to make sure that all of our students are able to do, be, act, and perform the same way as any other high achieving school.
Well, thank you. I definitely, as you stated when you first started, that one of your goals when you first came in was to basically to mend the relationship and make sure that there was no separation in both entities. And I will definitely say you have done that exceptionally well. Even the way how you talk, how you treat our additional board members when we come around, or you invite us to your events, as someone stated earlier already. I mean, I hear good things about you. Even where you at, I will tell one of the principals that we have in the district, when they come forth and they bring us their scores. Listen, your energy is very exceptional. You're a high energy person. You're speaking well. There's no doubt that I have no question that you will not make that goal. I appreciate the work that you're doing over there. Continue to work with us, and Dr. Rodriguez, and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any other board members have any questions or comments online or here? Then I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
And it's a presumption.
Sure.
I know that our staff on the Beaufort County School District is very supportive, and I hear about how they are engaging. I've seen what you and your team do as well.
Yes,
just want to ensure that these best practices that are being identified on either side are being shared.
absolutely.
Is that Okay,
Absolutely, on both sides.
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All righty. Academic calendar.
Good morning, board members and Chairman Dallas. How are we today? I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, ma'am.
It's that time of year that we bring forward academic calendar. And as a board, and as a district, we have been aggressive. And at this point, we're bringing forward the 28, 29 academic calendar for you with 3 options. And before I turn over, who's joining me today is Nicholas Flowers. And I want to also share that Nicholas Flowers, as well as Karen McKinsey, have been very involved in the presentation work of this calendar on a sequence of events. It started first with senior staff, went to principals, from principals to our teacher forum, from teacher forum to our school instructional council group, from that to public feedback. And that survey closed actually this morning. And from that, it's now in front of you as our board. So with that, with our presentation, appreciate it very much, Mrs. Cushenberry. I'll walk through a few points and then I will have Mr. Flowers go through some items for your education regarding these options. I want to bring to your attention that outside of the law, which is 59.1.45 SC regulation, the calendar represents a 90-90 split. It represents, as requested through our board, the Election Day and Veterans Day as days off in November, each one of these options. Options also demonstrate short intermittent breaks. New to the calendar's options isn't the start of second semester. In the past, we've actually started on a Friday. Teacher Forum had made the request not to start second semester on a Friday. You'll see that within the options. The spring break aligns with heritage. That was actually one of the feedbacks coming in from survey. So there were some survey responses in supportive of that. There were some survey responses not, but we do recognize the impact that happens to our county with such a large event. The calendars also take into consideration the opportunity for summer school to be executed in June. And then the opportunity for our operations and facilities division to start with school readiness. I want to bring forward for your recognition that in each one of these calendars, testing has been taken into consideration. And I'll give you a quick example. We have one school in particular for advanced placement. They actually have about 700 AP placement exams that they start being executed in April. And with that, you're going to see one item a little different. And I think it'll come up in option 2 is the opportunity for the full week in Thanksgiving to be off. So outside of that, within the law, the requirements has that we must have emergency days put in, 180 instructional days. There must be 10 professional development days. Teachers are to receive 2 unencumbered days, and that is for the opening of the academic school year. We have 3 makeup days as our emergency days and 3 half days. With that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Flowers with the executive summary, and he can walk you through the options as well. Sir?
All right. So with this, on part of the executive summary, there are several pieces that we have to look into as we build it. So if you will go to page 4, those key pieces that we look at are having 180 student days, 190 teacher days. We look at the modified balance, which gives us a 90-90 split on our semester, so they're both equal. The benefit here is that if we have early graduates, they do finish then at the end of the fall semester prior to Christmas, so prior to that winter break. We have the professional development days of 3 built in to the calendar, along with classroom readiness days having 2. There are 3 makeup days built into it, 1 that will happen in the fall semester, and then 2 that happen in the spring semester. And then there are 3 half days that are built in. Generally, they correspond with the end of a quarter. So if we take a look at the first option on page 6, so option 1 would have teachers returning on July 31st with students starting on August 7th. Then we would have Labor Day in September, a fall break that corresponds in October 12th and 13th. That also corresponds with the end of the first quarter for a half a day. November then would be Veterans Day and Election Day, and then a 3-day Thanksgiving break with a weather makeup day following the 21st. So if all would go to plan, the last student day would be the 20th, but if a weather makeup was needed, the last student day then would be the 21st of December. Then teachers would return on January 8th, with students returning on January 9th. And then in February, you would have, for students, a mini break, but there would be a teacher professional development day on the 16th, with the weather makeup day being on the 20th. And then in March, at the end of the quarter, falls a half a day, and then a weather makeup day on the 19th. Good Friday is on March 30th, with the spring break falling the week of April 9th through the 13th. And then in order so that students are not coming back for just one day after Memorial Day, the last student day then would be on May 30th, with the last teacher day being on June 4th. Option 2 incorporates that full week at Thanksgiving being one of the big differences. So it starts at option 1 and with the same start day being for students August 7th. In order to accomplish the full week at Thanksgiving, it shortens that break in October. So there would only be October 13th for that day. And then it would go one additional day at the end of the semester. So the weather makeup day would fall on December 22nd to allow for that full week from November 20th to the 24th. Then in January, teachers would return on January 5th, students on January 8th. And then in February, it would be one professional day on February 16th, a weather makeup day on March 19th, same spring break. And then this calendar option does have the school year ending then on May 25th prior to Memorial Day, with the exception of a weather makeup day if it were needed on May 29th. If the weather makeup day is not needed, then for staff, that would just become a 4-day weekend then, with the last teacher day being on June 1st. It was hard to find that weather makeup day for that semester to still maintain that 99 or 90-90 split. So, option 3 on page 8. So this one would have teachers coming back a little later in comparison to the other 2 options for the start of the year. So it would be August 2nd for teachers, August 9th for students. And then you would have your Labor Day, your break in October for 1 day. You would have 3 days for Thanksgiving, with the semester ending on December 21st, with the weather makeup day on the 22nd. And then in January, teachers will be returned January 5th, students on January 8th. Professional Development Day in February. A weather makeup day in March. And then in April would be our spring break, with the end of the school year for students being May 25th, unless there is the need for a weather makeup day, which would become May 29th, and teachers' last day being June 1st.
So with that, Chairman Dallas, we're open for discussion. This is actually lies within the purview of the board. We're bringing forward the options that have been reviewed from a series of constituents as well as personnel within the district, community, and teachers.
Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Stratus. Any board members have input, questions?
Yes, I do.
I think Ms. Boatwright was first, and then you, Mrs. Smith, and Dr. Carr.
This is my perennial academic calendar. How are we handling APIB, which is scheduled to start at the end of April 2027? Testing.
In regard to the opportunity of test administration.
So
Mrs.
if we're
Boatwright?
starting January 8th and
Yes,
the first IB test starts April 27th, and from what I'm looking at, it's it's one of the ones that we do offer. So, and then I think May 3rd is when the AP tests start. So is the strategy that we're going to front load APIB, or what? I know I ask this every time, but what's the strategy to manage that?
So it's very interesting that you did bring that up because that came from one of our teachers from Bluffton High School as well. And upon review, strong input was that he felt that we're providing a greater amount of academic days for the readiness of the assessments. Also to take into account that some of our schools, we note that we're on a 4x4, but we also note that some of the schools back up a class prior to the, let me use for example, AP biology, the opportunity to be in a biology class first semester to pick up the AP biology class second semester. So there's a master schedule component that individually with schools, but we did receive positive feedback on the opportunity of having instructional days for readiness from one of our schools that probably carries a very large weight.
Can you explain what you mean by instructional days for readiness? Because empirically there are fewer days, right? Because
no, ma'am, there's
if you
90-90 split.
Right,
So-
but that includes May. And if May's not, if the
I
assessment,
understand, yes, but then we would have to move into spring break. And so we're looking to keep the amount of instructional days aligned. And what is the magic number of the instructional days prior to sitting for an assessment? We have to give up something in the calendar within those 90 days. What I would suggest then back to the board is what do we want to give up? I have to put that question at the table. The teachers recognize the readiness that if I could have the same students first semester and have those students second semester, they are working the pacing internally for their instruction as well as working with their colleague. Let's say if I don't have those students both semesters for readiness for assessments. Schools that have that type of culture have been very successful with the outcome of the assessments because that's an internal operational tool that we manage with our master schedule, as well as who's my collaborative peer that works with our students. So I would have to push and say, what is it that we want to look at to give up mathematically within this in order to have the same amount of days, recognizing that AP and IB always will be second semester.
that's what I thought. So
Yes, ma'am.
if you don't mind me following up, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I would assume the board would not be willing to give up an APIB program, right?
Oh, God, no.
Right. So when you have the 4x4, but I mean, we get to a point where the 4x4 does not fit well. And if we start doing this, so here's what I'm hearing is what you're saying is that someone who's going to take the biology, and it doesn't matter as much senior year as it does junior year. And I know we're talking about pushing more AP into freshman and sophomore year. And the reason that's a little bit more important is those schools will impact college admissions, right? So let's say bio, which is generally taken sophomore, junior year. You get 8 classes per year, 4x4. So if you're saying that basically a junior, let's say it's going to take AP bio the spring of their junior year, your recommendation would be that they take like honors bio, which incorporates some of the AP bio, and then go straight into AP bio. Am I reading that correctly?
That is a recommendation that
Okay,
I
but
would
then
suggest.
the problem with the IB program is you have to take 6 courses. It's not the same structure.
You have to take 6 courses in order to go forward for an IB diploma. The answer to that is yes. But the design of opportunity for students to sit for IB classes outside of those who are seeking full diploma, I think we have more students who are sitting for IB courses than going completely on the diploma pathway. So opportunities lie within the master schedule, how it's designed, and they align the matriculation of courses for students. Looking at the construct that is defined by a 4x4 schedule may not be the point of conversation for the calendar. These are based on a 4x4 that has been here. But I do want to recognize, and I apologize, Mrs. Boatwright, that with the current 4x4, you have an opportunity of 32 chances for 24 credits.
Not in the IB program, because you take a junior, senior year. So that's 16.
Again, but I'm looking at the big picture of the system.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the whole cohort of students. The IB diploma program provides a pathway that they do have our students for readiness who are continuing on that pathway. And the same also falls for our AP capstone program. It's not arbitrarily designed for courses for students just, well, now I'm going to go on the pathway. There's a readiness that's component also within the student themselves that is a self-regulatory and a readiness within the students. I don't know if we're looking for more days for second semester, and I just need a deeper understanding.
Do you mind if I don't want to monopolize, but the reason I brought it up is because this is the first time in recent memory where the entire first week of January is off. I think in the past, we haven't had that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just looking at those dates and I'm looking at April 27th. To April 27th is the first day. So obviously I'm very familiar with the IB program.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you're saying a little bit is it would be very hard the IB diploma is becoming harder and harder to accomplish within that framework because you can't do a full year you have to take 6 subject areas. So you can't extend the year. We can get into this. Let me say this. I'll vote on the calendar, but I would like to talk about this a little bit further because it may be that the IB diploma is going to have problems with that. And as you said, a lot of people are just taking the classes. They're not doing the diploma as much. And then if we're going to push the AP classes more into the freshman and sophomore years, which there's some discussion of that, this might become more impactful. So I will just go ahead and drop my comments at this point. But for future topics, I would like to talk about how we're going to manage the 4x4 schedule with advanced course and college level coursework that we currently have. Because if you're asking what the board's willing to give up, this is a hill I'm willing to die on. I do not want to lose the IB or AP programs.
May I? Because
Absolutely.
I stand with the strong support for our AP, IB, and Cambridge programs. I have to share that. And there are other means by which to give academic support to students. And that could even be beyond going to extended day tutoring and using tutoring money to help the accelerated or advanced models that we have, or ALOs, accelerated learning opportunities for our students. So those are options that can be discussed. And I greatly appreciate how that was reframed, because I think the question goes beyond what's in front of us as to what is the structure of the scheduling of classes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Rodriguez? Oh, okay. Anyone else? Dr. Carr, sorry.
You may have mentioned this, but was there a strong recommendation for a full week at Thanksgiving versus 3 days?
There was.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard.
There was.
Just confirming.
To the point of 48.9% to that level. Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Also, you mentioned that the surveys cut off this morning. Do you have the results from those surveys?
Mr. Dallas, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smith, thank you for that, because I was actually taking down those stats earlier this morning. Of the survey responses, and I have Dr. Bruder here in case I interpret something a little differently. But of the responses, we have 58% were from parents, 44% from staff, 9.8% from community, 7.3% from students. Of those respondents, and I am corrected, it was option one was 29.3%, option two is 44.2%, and option three was 26.3%. I want to share that we had over 4,000 individuals at least look and touch the calendars, but we had actually 1,406 full respondents, or as the language is utilized, and is they were contributors to the survey. 3,500 actually engaged but weren't responded to the survey itself. So overall, we had over 4,000 review, 1,406 responses. On our first day, there was overwhelming response in the amount of hits that the survey received. Went from a hit, meaning that we just looked at the surface of it actually, and it could have been multiple because that I couldn't break down the data point, was 20,000 hits to 27 hits today. 2,700, I'm corrected, 2,700 hits today. So on the first day, generally on a survey that goes out electronically, the first 48 hours, you're going to get your highest ratings.
And could you tell me how long has this survey been out? For how many
For a
days?
total 3 complete days, including this morning, sir. That would make the 4th morning. We put the survey out after we had completed with our school instructional council team, and we let them know, and they also went out into the community to share the information, sir.
Right, and that's that's also one of my concerns is that, you know, being a board member, it is very important that I believe in getting because we have bosses too, and just in all due respect, in terms of last year I got chewed out because we didn't get to hear from some of our teachers as well, and parents, and so my question is. So with it only been three days, and still, I think it's still that we get to hear from some more of our constituents as well, because I know I've personally been I've been engaged and being intentional about discussing that a little bit, and asking some of my community members where they're at in line in terms of this. We're not asking for a vote today, are we? Because
Mr. Dallas, may I?
Yes.
So if we look from our first day of survey being populated to actually to today, there was a 90% decrease in respondents. So as I shared, when you have surveys that go out, your first 48 hours are going to be your highest amount of distribution and impact. So I do want to share that. In regard to the second question, yes, there is a motion on the table, sir, for the board regarding this calendar.
Well, and I do understand. I do hear what you're saying about the huge response at the beginning, but everyone is not always technology savvy, and everyone has not always had a chance to to give the response that they need. I just don't think that has been a sufficient enough time for everyone, because everyone does not have everyone is not just technology savvy, and some people don't have some technology resources that others may have. So I you know, with the population that I serve, that I would have to differ with you because of that. And I do understand, and that has been one of the kickbacks that I have gotten within the last year of the calendar that we did vote on in terms of where we are right now today. So
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would ask my colleagues to take that in consideration. I'm not sure if my colleagues have heard from their constituents or not in terms of it, the calendar being put out. But I definitely would think about tabling this until the next meeting. I don't see why it would hurt if we tabled it to the next board meeting. In fact, I make the motion.
Thank you,
I make a motion that I'm making a motion, Mr. Chairman. I'm making a motion that we table it to the next board meeting.
Is there a second? Is there a second? I'm looking around, Mr. Smith, no second. So is there, I have a question if I may. When I look at option one, it has 3 days during November, Thanksgiving. And also option three, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Okay. Excuse me. And option two received the highest percentage of positives at 44.2. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's no vote needed today, or are you looking for guidance from the board?
So the answer to that is yes, sir. We do have a motion tied for a vote from the board. It is also part of our second presentation regarding the finalization of graduation dates regarding 3 of our calendars. We would like to be able to get that information to the public.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, motion, is there a motion? Yeah.
Reading the room, it appears that option 2 would be the primary. So I move that the Board of Education adopt option 2 for the 2028-29 academic school year calendar.
Second.
Properly motion and second that option 2 be the recommended option for the board. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 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 Online, Ms. Hay.
Aye.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Smith?
Actually, I have a comment before you take that motion. You just went ahead and went to the motion. There was still discussion once you make that. But I'll just go ahead and say I had some people looking more at option 1, so the board didn't really give me a chance to query my committee. I understand what the numbers say, but I'm still a little concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
So I actually said I would look to go with different options. So I would vote no on this option.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate your courage in representing your constituents. All right. I think it's been properly moved, second, and we voted. Okay. Motion passes. Option. What? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, option 2.
Okay, thank you, board members and
Thanks, everybody.
Mr. Dallas. So with that, I'm going to ask Mrs. Cushenberry and for yourself to please look at a second handout regarding graduation date options. Maybe we can pull that up, please. Thank you. As that's being pulled up, I would like you to please take a look at the table of contents, and there's a reason for that, because this document was made prior to the landing of the 28-29 academic calendar. So if you look at the table of contents, you're going to see graduation option dates for the 26-27 school year. You're going to see for the 27-28 school year, for the 28-29 school year. And I'm going to draw your attention to page 6 when we get to that. Because again, we just did the 28-29 school year. And on page 6, you will see that it cites graduation date options if option 2 or 3 was selected for the 2028-2029 academic school year. So if I could please have you go to page 3. We recognize that our graduation for our schools is on a rotation. On the 26-27 academic school year, Battery Creek will host the first graduation. Under option 1, graduation starts on May 24th at 7 p.m. May 25th, the Hilton Head High School, 7 p.m. Whale Branch Early College, May 26th, 7 p.m. And you could pick up the pattern we have here. May River will be May 27th. Beaufort High School, May 28th. Bluffton High School will be in the morning with the opportunity of a makeup under option 1 at 7 p.m. The reason Bluffton was moved to the 10 o'clock was just in case it rained in the morning. They too have an option of utilizing that 7 p.m. graduation slot. Under option 2 for the 26-27 academic school year, same sequence of schools, but I would like you to look at the calendar. It starts for Battery Creek on May 21st, 7 p.m. Hilton Head Island High School, Monday the 24th at 7 p.m. Whale Branch Early College, May 25th at 7 p.m. May River, following day at 7 p.m., which would be the Wednesday. Beaufort High, May 27th is a Thursday, 7 p.m. And May 28th, which is a Friday, 7 p.m. This leaves an opportunity for makeups if needed for 2 schools, one at 10 a.m. and one at 7 p.m. And then on option 3, it truncates it. At one time, there was conversation of doing 2 graduations in a day. I want to share that there's no preference from our seat. We just put the options on the table for you board members. If you note on this, on the 26th, we have a morning at 10 a.m. and an evening at 7 p.m. That would be Battery Creek, Hilton Head Island High School, respectively. On the 27th, same pattern, a 10 and a.m., a 7 p.m., which will give you Whale Branch Early College, May River High School. On the 28th, a 10 a.m., a 7 p.m., Beaufort High School, Bluffton High School. Once again, similar scenario on the 29th, the opportunity of 2 makeups. With that, I will pause. I don't know if you want to take action individually or wait until we've walked through each calendar, sir.
It's up to you.
I'll keep driving. Graduation options, academic school year, 27-28. I want you to note it has rotated. Now Hilton Head will move to the first graduation. So under option 1, May 24th, 7 p.m. Whale Branch Early College, the 25th, 7 p.m. May River High School, May 26th, 7 p.m. An option was provided here, should it be necessary to have makeup. That 27th can be utilized for makeup days for those first 3 listed high schools. As we go into the following week, May 31st, 7 p.m. Bluffton High, Battery Creek, June 1st, 7 p.m. And you see a makeup day is provided on June 2nd, 10 a.m. or 7 p.m. as needed. Option 2, we'll start on the 25th. There is a 7 p.m. for Hilton Head High School. On the 26th, a 7 p.m. for Whale Branch Early College. We have a Saturday graduation option for 10 a.m. for May River. May 30th, a 7 p.m. May 31st, Bluffton High, 7 p.m. Battery Creek, June 1st, 7 p.m. Again, options for 2 makeup days is provided in this area. And you will see on option 3, same pattern as on the prior page, starting on the 30th. We start with a 10 a.m. and a 7 p.m. graduation respectively from May 30th through June 1st, utilizing June 2nd for makeup.
Dr. Stratos, page 5 and 6, both address the 28-29 calendar that they just voted on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure they see that and they know that page 5 and 6 are both addressing the same calendar, but it just depended on the option selected. So since option 2 was selected, you're really looking at page 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So if I could drive you to drop page 6. And these would have been the option had you selected option 2 or 3 for the 28-29 academic school year. Graduations here will start on the 23rd of May. Whale Branch Early College will be the first commencement ceremony. 7 p.m. May River will be the second on the 24th. Beaufort High, the third at 7 p.m. May 30th, because I would like you to note that May 29th was identified on the calendar as a weather makeup day. We cannot now go change and say it could be a graduation day. We don't know. So that makeup days, weather days must remain as such on our calendars. That is a stipulation on the regulation. So then graduation will continue on the 30th for Bluffton High, the 31st for Battery Creek, Hilton Head High School on June 1st. This gives a makeup day on June 2nd. And you can continue seeing the reading for the other 2 option board members. I'll pause and let you review so that you could speak amongst yourselves. Because as I shared, we have no preference. This is really an opportunity for our community to have these dates in advance. And we would like to get next year's dates out.
Option 1. All the way down, option 1. I am not a fan of doubling up the 2 a days. That's a lot of time sitting under the sun and heat and all that kind of stuff. So I'm all about option 1 all the way down.
All right.
Counter proposal. The 2 things that I worry about are, one, if the graduations are held after the last day of teachers being in the school, like I know there's a couple options, like June 2nd, for example, on the last one there. So the last day of teacher school is Friday, June 1st, and then graduation is Saturday, June 2nd. It's deflationary because it's hard to get, teachers are done and they want to go on summer break to come back. So that's just one thing to factor in. And the other thing is that, to me, as much as we can get done the week of that, because there's Memorial Day weekend. So a lot of people are leaving. So as much of the graduation that we can get done before Memorial Day weekend, because people are, taking off and whatnot, I think would be good. And I know that like on the 28-20, I got to keep track of the dates. On the 28-29 based on option 2, I wouldn't do June 2nd, and even June 1st in the evening can get kind of dicey because teachers are done. They're out for school for the summer. So I just wanted to factor that in as we look at that, because those are the 2 things that get parents upset when they look at graduation dates.
May I bring forward?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this was an internal conversation at length because we were suspect that this would come forward. I want us to keep also to recognize that we try to have 180 days of our students in school. So I wanted to bring that to the table as well. It's a very easy shift, as Mrs. Boatwright's putting forward. If we just shift everything up from the 22nd and go and continue on that pattern, which will just eliminate the makeup day having to be on the June 2nd and provides June 1st as a makeup day.
Any consideration of that by board members?
You have a blue pen?
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
I was going to say that I think there's nothing wrong with the way how it was put in option 1, and I do understand in terms of teachers having their last day and come at the graduation, but that's just that's just a little give or take. The same way how we make sure that we give them, we find the money for them to start at $60,000. I mean, at some point in time, they have to give something too. So coming back for a graduation, I don't see where that's asking for a little too much, or if that's something that you want to do. If you want to come back, you come back. But I mean, I think option one is spelled out finally. They've worked on it, and y'all accepting everything else, and why not accept option one as it is? Thank you. So if Mr. Hay made that as a motion, then I would go ahead and second that motion.
Yeah, Mr. Nay. Okay.
I'm at Nay. Yes, I apologize. Yes, Mr. Nay.
There are no motions made yet.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just, for discussion, I was putting out that I was in favor of all option ones.
You want to make a motion and
I will make motions.
all right.
Yes. So we must vote on each calendar, each graduation set individually. So I move that the Board of Education adopt option one for graduations of the 26-27 school year.
I'll second that motion.
All right, properly motion and second. All in favor, raise your hands and say aye. Aye. Okay, Ms. Boatright, Mrs. Smith, and Ms. Hay.
I'm a no, because I would have been option two.
Okay. Mrs. Smith and Ms. Hay.
Aye. Mr. Smith is aye.
I'm a no, as well as I would have voted for option two as well.
Okay, thank you both. Passes. Next one.
It's okay.
All right. I move that the Board of Education adopt option one for graduations of the 27-28 school year.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Small. All right. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye.
Aye. I'm good with option one here.
Online, Mr. Smith and Ms. Hay.
Say aye.
Smith, aye as well.
Okay, you got that, Mr. Nay.
And last one, I move that the Board of Education adopt option one for graduations of the 28-29 school year.
Is there a second? Okay, second by Mr. Small. All in favor?
No, hold on. I'd like to make an amendment.
Okay.
I move that we make an amendment for to option to June. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the dates. Move that we make an amendment to, actually, no, hold on. What am I doing? This is hard to do on the dates. We're on the right, 2028, 2029. Yeah, so actually, no, I'm good. Option one's fine. Take it all back.
It's been properly motioned and Mr. Small second. All in favor, raise your hands. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Mr. Smith and Ms. Hay?
Say aye.
Smith, aye.
Okay, passes. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Mr.
board
Chairman.
members. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, before we leave off this topic, I'd like to make another motion on this topic. And that motion will be that in the future, when the calendar is put out, that we give enough days or at least seven days or a week for the actual and actually I would say 2 weeks, that we give a 2 weeks grace period for the actual survey to circulate with the community, and also that would give board members to time to talk to their constituents, because when the staff is going over it, that's fine and understandable, but at the same time we are still, as board members, held to a standard of in terms of talking to our community as well, and finding out which will best serve the community as well as staff.
Okay, Mr. Smith has made a motion. Is there a second? Seeing none, the motion does not go for a vote. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that the motion was without merit, though. I think that we can take that maybe back to academics. I almost seconded it just so we could have a discussion. But I think we can go back to the academics committee and talk about maybe a policy moving forward, as opposed to making a motion today.
You made a motion and it passed, right? So you're
Well, I mean,
saying.
no, to a motion so Mr. Smith's motion was not supported,
Right,
but the topic is not without merit.
correct.
So I'm saying we can go back to academics committee and have the academics committee discuss it as a future
Yes.
topic.
Agree. Any other topics on that? Everybody good?
Lunch is ready if you want to take your break now for lunch.
Yes, we will definitely take it. How much time? 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah, good idea. Is 12:40, so our next topic is third grade retention.
Mr. Downs, I think she's gotta do something. You good?
Thank you, Ms. Black.
Recording in progress.
Way to go, Ms. Black. All yours. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you once again, board members and Chairman Dallas. Seated with me this afternoon is Melissa Murray, our Director for Literacy, and she's going to be bringing information forward to you regarding third grade retention. I'd also like to share that this year, working for summer school, is also Michelle Sackman, who's one of our directors for elementary, and many of you may know her from her great work in our prior elementary schools. Ms. Sackman would be here today, but has a family wedding. So with that, I'm going to have the opportunity of turning this segment of our presentation work over to Melissa Murray.
Welcome, Ms. Murray.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share an overview of third grade retention. Over the past dozen or so years, more than 30 states have passed third grade retention laws. These laws are one way states are trying to ensure all third graders have the reading skills required to succeed in fourth grade and beyond. And South Carolina is one of these states. Everything referenced in this presentation will be coming from Act 114 and the third grade retention guidance documents provided to us by the South Carolina Department of Education. As you can see on this slide, the 2024-2025 school year came with changes to our retention guidance. As you think through Act 114 and mandatory third grade retention, we want to remind you that the South Carolina MTSS framework guidance document. The South Carolina Department of Education has aligned the work of Act 114 and third grade retention to support the state MTSS guidance. Michelle Sackman is now the ISD lead for the MTSS process, and she and I work together to meet these requirements. This flow chart can be found on page 5 of the guidance documents from the South Carolina Department of Education. This is a graphic representation of the legislative expectations for third grade retention. This flow chart supports the MTSS guidance and third grade retention requirements. In the larger box, you will see a list of approved exemptions to retention, and our next slide highlights those. This slide highlights the approved exemptions to retention as outlined in Act 114 and the guidance document. If a child qualifies for an exemption, the exemptions are individually compiled with a cover sheet and evidence for each student that is started and completed at the school level as a literacy team of principal, coach, and teacher, and then it is sent to the district office for a final look through before going to the superintendent. Each student that has an exemption will continue to have an individualized plan to support learning. This is another example of alignment to the MTSS process. One of our good cause exemptions is for an ML learner with 2 years or less of ML instruction. When considering MLs for retention, we are guided to refer to this guidance document on page 11 for additional considerations for ML learners. This guidance aligns to other state and federal legislation in place. This page in the guidance document has questions listed to help us discuss the evidence and make best decisions in retention of ML learners. An important aspect to education is our communication with families, and the mandatory retention process outlines the steps in our communication with parents each quarter. We also host literacy events at schools to share this information with families. I have included a sample handout that is often provided to families developed by the South Carolina Education Oversight Committee. These guides have been aligned to our most current standards and are available pre-K through high school in all content areas. In addition, students who are identified for mandatory retention are invited to the elementary summer reading program that Dr. Stratos mentioned. At the conclusion of this camp, students who do not already have an exemption from retention are to take a state-approved screener. Each of these assessments have a minimum score required to qualify for an exemption. While the South Carolina Department of Education supports this with some funds, we typically do not know what we will receive until March or April. But we still invite all third graders that are qualified for an exemption. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Board members, any questions? Insights? Ms. Hay or Mr. Smith? Yeah, sorry.
Is there any departure from the regulation that we weren't already doing?
No.
Okay.
The only slight changes you saw on the first slide was the shift in who is qualified for a retention because the State Department of Ed now our third graders, it used to be does not meet 1 and does not meet 2, but they are now all grouped into does not meet. So it captures more students that are eligible or might be up for retention. And so that was the large change. And then in addition, as far as summer reading camp, the big change is we must invite first graders this year. And then next year we will be required to invite second graders. So in 2 years, our reading camp will be required of third, first, and second grade students.
Colonel Guyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have data on the percentage of children that through the summer reading program go ahead and pass along?
Yes, I don't have percentage in front of me right now, but I do have numbers. So last year we had 24 students that ended up being retained, but the numbers started. So like, for example, right now, we have 349 kids projected to score does not meet to be eligible for retention. And so you see what that trickled down into. In this moment, we already have 148 exemptions. That includes students with all of those exemptions, IEPs, ML students, already been retained or take the alternate assessment. And so we will continue to work through that, but it significantly decreases.
So when she says the projection, right, that's us looking at what our diagnostic tell us and sort of our preparation for our summer program for these students, right? And some of those students result outperform that projection, so that number drops significantly, right? Then you get into their work in the summer reading program that we have, and then that number drops again based on their performance and the criteria that's set by the state for matriculation.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the percentage, just kind of a.
It's very similar. So it was about 400 kids eligible for retention last year, and there ended up being 24 students. So I can get you that exact number, but that's a pretty good estimate. And then on the slide that's up there right now, the 489 number. So to Dr. Rodriguez's point, when they take the screener at the end of summer school, if a student earns a 489, that is the cut score the state has decided allows you to show that you have exceeded what SC Ready's does not meet expectations states.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright?
This is the state's policy, so we're just sort of receiving it. But it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I know a lot of people are like, why are we doing it this way to a certain extent? And I, when I was a kid, I'm getting old now, so that means something. Back in the day when I was in third grade, I mean, it was not uncommon for kids to be held back. It was not a stigma, and particularly with boys. And so, I think one of the things, no, I'm just saying, like, and now, well, the reverse is now they're starting boys so late. So boys are starting because of sports. They're starting school at a much later rate. So, you had it was not uncommon to have someone held back in third grade. It wasn't a big deal. It was just sort of, you need an extra year. These exemptions, like if they don't, because Hilton Head now, I think, has a tremendous amount of multilingual learners in their elementary schools. Why would they have a good cause exception if they have done it? But, because now you're just passing that along, and so I guess what my thing here is this doesn't make a lot of sense to me as a board member or as a constituent. And I also have to say, I'm just going to take this opportunity to do a little plug. I mean, the data coming out of Mississippi should not be ignored. I know that it's controversial. It's been around for a long time. It is a large sample size, and it mostly focuses on reading, science of the phonics, and intense instructional support and all that. But one of the criteria is third grade retention. I mean, that's something they said. And, it's not something we've talked about it here or at the state level, but again, it's just this third grade retention thing gets brought up a lot when I'm out in the community. Like, what happened to just holding kids back? So I just thought I'd throw that out there as a kind of a moment to say, sure, to the state. And then, to the legislature, have we started looking at going from 47th to 9th in the country on reading scores? I mean, that's like the GLP-1s of third grade reading,
I would just a comment. I know that the state of South Carolina has looked very closely at Mississippi. In fact, have changed the curriculum program in literacy to align with that work from Mississippi. And so the science of reading is exactly what our curriculum program is. But what's happened is an implementation of a major shift like that, it definitely takes time along the way because it requires a retraining and shifting of staff training in terms of their instructional framework and the curriculum that they're offering. And so what happens is it happens, but over a series of years in order to get everybody trained. So we've been training our staff in the science of literacy,
Yes.
of reading. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I would love to. So our state adopted letters training for science of reading. It is a 2-year commitment. So every single one of our kindergarten through third grade teachers, or anyone that works with a kindergarten through third grade student, so your ML teachers, your administrators are taking this, all interventionists, we've all committed to and are taking or have taken the letters training, which is focused on science of reading, agnostic to a curriculum. And then also, as Dr. Rodriguez said, when we recently adopted the curriculum, so we're in year 2 of our new reading series, the list compiled and given to us from the state leaned heavily into the curriculum that followed the science of reading and has a really strong foundations of reading. So our teachers voted on and selected Houghton Mifflin Harcourt into reading K3. And then our standards, from the 2015 standards to the 2023-24 standards that were implemented, there was a huge shift in the younger grades to foundations of reading standards. And even at the end of this year, all of our elementary schools will have completed letters. However, it's an ongoing process because everyone new will then take letters. So we have 8 schools left. We have 11 schools that have already finished, but we still have a cohort of about 150 people this year that are taking letters, or the state has allowed 4th and 5th grade teachers to opt in, and middle school special education to opt in. And I think a highlight is 25 of our special ed middle school teachers opted in to do this training as well. And so in this moment, I'm actually compiling lists from all of the schools of who are new K3, who's going to opt in for 4-5, who's going to opt in for SPED, and anticipate a few more district cohorts. So like on June 1st, we will have 11 sessions of letters happening all throughout Beaufort County School District with over 500 participating educators.
Any further comments or questions from board members?
Yeah, how many kids how many kids are we looking to serve this summer?
So with third grade and first grade, and we are inviting all students that would have been projected in winter for planning purposes, we are close to 800. If they all say yes, huh?
Gotcha. And this is at no cost to these students, correct?
Correct. And it's a 15-to-1 ratio, student to teacher. The teachers have to be highly qualified. We are using a systematic instruction in phonics, phonemic awareness, and sight words curriculum. We also have partnered with the science department and are leaning into informational texts that match our science content for the rising fourth grade. So we work really hard to make sure that it supports them while being, a fun time, and we get some nice success from the program as far as like students participating and enjoying the time and learning there.
Okay, well, and this doesn't affect any of the other current summer programs that we have, correct?
Yes.
If a student is at jeopardy of retention, the student is required to attend the summer program for literacy.
Right,
So
but
the third grade retention program takes precedence over attendance of other sponsored programs for us as a district, because we want to be able to provide the academic intervention that is structured under the state requirement.
right, but no, my question was, I said, but the funding for this program is not affecting any other programs. Is my question.
Absolutely, sir. It does not. The funding is a separate source for us, sir.
Thank you. That's all my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any other questions, comments, inputs? Mrs. Smith? I mean, not Mrs. Smith, Ms. Hay? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. May I remain? Yeah. Well, thank you. Bye. Oh, yeah. Hi. How's it going? I appreciate the opportunity to continue with presentation today, board members and Chairman Dallas. So if we may, thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. That's very kind of you. I'd like to pause actually at the title page for a second, just to walk through the why of selected research. I think that's important. So in this opening page, it shares, in the effort of identifying parental engagement effect upon student academic achievement, a series of research papers are reviewed. Reviewed research was selected based on academic studies that have been peer review approval adherence to ethical guidelines, stating no plagiarism or dual submission, containing proper citations, and clear, concise writing. These research articles also met what is known as the IMRAD format. In other words, it has an introduction, methods, results, and discussion. I want to share that selected research for this summary is presented without the provision of any bias or conclusions. The findings are inconclusive, but I've been able to provide multiple lenses for you as board members to have your discussion. It's page 2 of your handout walks you through what is within your packet. And with that, I'm going to take you directly to the research questions of what I utilize for my query. I went from what has a greater impact on student academic achievement, single caregiver household versus two caregiver household, two caregiver household versus caregiver engagement, right? Caregiver engagement versus caregiver level of education, single or dual caregiver household versus caregiver engagement. What are our recommendations for school? What actions are we taking to support families? As you look to Roman numeral 2, you'll see that I started to give you definitions that are utilized or were common within the research. Definition for parent engagement, parent involvement, family school partnerships, and it goes into defining two-parent, single-parent families. Page 3 actually starts with the findings. What I was building off of seminal work, I'll walk you through some of the authorship as we get to the resources, but I went from early work to contemporary research so you could see a relationship. On this page, as you go through review, right, it'll share with you inconclusive findings, but as you look at the second paragraph, one of the most important points here I would share is most important is parent-student talk. In other words, the talk that parents or caregivers may have with that child attending school when they come home to say, hey, what did you do today? What did you do? So you take that pause, it gives that child the idea of what? Someone is monitoring and someone is caring. As you go to page 4, your second paragraph on the top, Amato, he is one of the lead researchers. You'll see that's his earlier work from 2005. You'll see later on there's work in here cited on 2015 to I believe in 2020 or 2022. But midway on the paper, on this page, it shares information regarding the social economic. And it's not talking in regard that if someone has a large base of fiscal resources, just to stress that a child may go under should there be issues within a home. And that's sometimes an item that we do forget, the impact of stress on students. Or as you as board members have actually had conversation in the past regarding mental wellness, I'd like to say, versus mental health of our children. I do want to draw your attention to the very last paragraph. One of the words.
Can you speak a little bit more in the microphone?
One of the words there should have a consonant, not a vowel. Second sentence in that last paragraph, it should say show, not should. I caught that. I do apologize, board members. As we go to page 5, and if we look midway in the large paragraph there, one of the items I want to highlight, and I'll count down the lines. 7, 8th line in that large paragraph, parental involvement at home and at school, such as parents reading to their children at home, providing encouragement and support for learning, maintaining high aspirations, or as many of us talk about efficacy or high expectations for the children, education and academic success has been a common theme in the research that shows greatest impact upon student achievement. This paragraph also identifies, as you go further down, that children of families with higher socioeconomic status made better use of their parents' involvement thanks to their parents' greater cultural capital. In other words, the opportunity fiscally to help families. I want to draw your attention to page 6. First paragraph, midway. The research revealed that changes in the percentage of children living with single parents were not associated with test scores. Prior to that sentence, basically what this is summarizing is saying that if I went from a 2-parent household to a single family household, there wasn't an immediate impact on test scores. The research concluded that the results did not support the notion that increases in single-parent household have had a serious consequence for U.S. children school achievement. And I share that because there are many international studies that are conducted comparing the United States household and cultural practices to other cultures. So I tried to take a global perspective to provide you information as well. The table gives you a quick summary of what the researchers agree on and what research does not support. Then Roman numeral 4 provided you a conclusion. And again, I reiterate that the research selected had methods. It was from peer-reviewed journals. And as you go on to Roman numeral 5, provided you some examples through the Division of Instructional Services of some of the items that we do for engaging parents and giving parents information. That continued through page 7, 8, 9, 10. If you're getting an idea, we really do try to open opportunity for our families and community to have information so that our caregivers can be involved with our children. And as you turn to page 12, that is where the citations for the research is provided for you, board members. I've given you a quick synopsis of something that probably was over 100 pages of review, many midnight review. So I thank you for the opportunity, board members.
Thank you, Dr. Stratus. Any board members? Comments, questions? Yes, sir, Dr. Carr.
Thank you, Dr. Stratus. Kind of in my wheelhouse a little bit.
Had a feeling. I will make note, Dr. Carr, that on page 12, J. Epstein is Joyce. Okay.
Okay. What has changed since the research of 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago?
In all truth, what I found at my reading actually was the impact of COVID and the isolation and the mental wellness on our young people.
So some of the research that was conducted 2000-ish,
Pre-COVID,
long before COVID,
yes, sir.
is still
Standing in
holds up.
regard,
Yeah.
still standing in regard to 1 or 2 family. And again, depending on who's doing the research, that's
Yeah.
why I tried to stay with vetted peer review articles
Got it.
versus a personalized foundation. And
Yep.
I wanted that clarity. But what COVID was showing is the anxiety rising in our children, or known also as elements of stress, that does have an impact on student academic achievement.
Yeah,
And
thank
that
you.
was resulted of some of the research showing now isolation, the higher amount of social media, which has other ramification and trends that are happening nationally and actually internationally.
Right. Yeah, and in every discipline, there are landmark pieces that sort of set a framework for what we then follow going forward. In some disciplines, it's changed.
Yeah.
What we learned 20, 30 years ago has been sort of replaced by what we've learned since.
The expectation of you, the primary caregiver, or whoever the caregiver is, seems to resonate as a commonality.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm going to say one thing. At all my reading, I didn't find evidence of the personification of grit within the learner. That type of measure was not conducted at the research that I conducted. And I wanted to put that lens as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Colonel.
Thank you, Mary. This is, I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this because there's a lot of good data here, but let me ask you, put you on the spot a little bit.
Thank you.
To improve academic performance, you got 2 factors, it seems to me. You have institutional instructional support, and you have societal instructional support. Give me a ratio of which has the greater impact and how much. In other words, where do we put our emphasis?
I wish we could pull up John Hattie. So John Hattie's work actually shows within the construct of the schoolhouse. The number 1 is the effectiveness of the educator.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the efficacy of the belief system that the schoolhouse has for that child. So I'm going to go to language that Dr. Rodriguez has used numerous times, that culture always beats. Culture, what you believe can happen for a child, systems we put in place to support that child to reinforce the culture. And the 3rd item on the Hattie actually pulls the leadership of the school. So those 3 items have been able to show, no matter the background, and that Hattie has done significant meta-analysis that no matter what Mary walks in with, what baggage, if you have those three items tied well, which isn't easy to do, that's a lot of leverage to manage, okay? The child does have increase in academic achievement.
Yeah, here's my question. I put a little better. I spent 7 years living in Germany. So I was very attuned to the German societal impact versus the family inside, institutional impact. And that culture, that national culture, seemed to have a much stronger influence on academic achievement than did even the individual structure. In other words, the culture outside the home was so much stronger than the culture that individuals exposed to. And I'm trying to figure out, trying to find a magic formula of what it's going to take to improve achievement. And I know that parents have a big role. I know that the institution has a big role. We're working hard to institutionalize. How can we work harder societal wise to get more emphasis? It's always bothered me when I ran for this board. I said, when I looked at the achievement gap, I said to myself, well, why aren't the cultures, the individual families marching in the streets demanding why we have these gaps, both racially and gender-wise? But we don't see that. If this was Germany, they would be marching in the streets because they say, well, this is not acceptable that we have this. But here in the United States, it seems like, oh, well.
I won't get into the conversation of foreign policy shifts from one nation to another or a nationalistic perspective that centralized within Germany for many decades and continues, right? Because that is actually, there's been some dilution there as well. But I will share that here, the rate of improvement of our students, and I mean all students, minority or students of color, boys and girls, our rate of academic improvement is improving. That I strongly feel is a shift of mindset and taking away some of the stress in communities by you knowing that your child is being taken care of as you're working. And we're being able to partner with Boys and Girls Club, increase opportunities for extended learning. So we're seeing improvement within our communities, north and south of the board, for diverse students and diverse academic needs. It's taking time. The rate may not be to where you and I may be comfortable or anyone in this room, but we are seeing a shift of improvement. And part of it is students also believing in themselves that they can do it. Yeah. Going back to the anxiety and wellness.
Yeah, that's a good point. Any others? Yes, Ms. Boatwright.
Yeah, I think the Germany analogy is interesting because Dan Carlin, who's a historian that I don't know, probably a lot of people have heard this, but he has a really great discussion about after the storming of the beach at Normandy, that basically 80% of the officer corps on both sides was wiped out. I may be making up 80%, but it was in that range, right? And essentially the Germans were completely frozen because they're so hierarchical and they had no creativity and they just sat and waited. Meanwhile, the US troops reconstructed themselves. And, you know, the other statistic that they pull up all the time is that if you look at who's winning the math Olympiads, I mean, Asia dominates the math Olympiads. Look who's winning the Nobel Prizes. So my thing is, I don't like the country to country comparison. I think America is a fabulous education system and it has its flaws, but every child, regardless of their parents' marital status, their race, their gender, their religious beliefs, has opportunity to be educated. And I think that we need to really celebrate that in this country. I think Beaufort County does a great job. The thing with all of this is that I think we get too far afield into each kid's home life. I don't really want school districts, I think we take all comers, and all comers have every opportunity, and we support the families. We want to encourage to engage the families. We want to make sure that people are, have what they need to do whatever they're doing with, in terms of resources. We provide lunches and breakfast. And then that's where we have to draw the line. Because I think if we start getting into, well, let's see what's happening, and we compare ourselves, Australians love to compare themselves to the US or Germany or something, but we're kind of a unique situation. So from my point of view, not a big fan of the research because it's very hard to distinguish correlation from causation. And I think that there is a movement afoot in this country that says the schools should, educate and stop, right? Like we're here to educate and support kids throughout their educational journey. I get a little bit uncomfortable because I'm not sure what we're going to do with this information. I'm not sure how this is going to be actioned in the schools. So I think from my point of view, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I know it was at the board's request, but I'm not sure what we're going to do with this information. I really don't want to start down a path where we start paying attention and saying, well, this kid has this situation at home and this kid has this situation at home, and that matters in the schools. Every kid should be treated as, an equal opportunity. An equal opportunity. So that's just kind of what I wanted to throw out there with this. But thank you for bringing this forward and doing the research.
I want to comment as well. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
We should have talk about parent engagement. I really believe that we have some of the resources in terms of parent engagement, ourselves as a district, to really move the football. If we're going to the end zone, to really move the ball into the end zone. But even going into this budget. Into this budget season, as board members, I think that we also have to really ask ourselves in terms of being intentional about even in terms of the budget. When there are there really things built in the budget to engage parents? Are we really 100% bought in terms of engaging parents and understanding what that looked like? And for instance, when you engage parents, you engage your community and other things. And yeah, we have a couple like y'all had on yesterday. We have the parent engagements, but to me, it's bigger than just the parent engagements. When I was in school, we had a 7th grade team and an 8th grade team, basketball team. What those things is, they garnered more students into the school, which garnered more parents into the school and into activities. When you take schools like some of these other schools that are garnering parents, and I've been out asking, beating the bushes, seeing, well, hey, because we talk about all the time about, well, why are our kids going to some of these private schools or different entities? Is what we have to offer them. When we get the parents, or when we get the students, in terms of culture. I mean climate. In terms of what the climate looks like. We have to be intentional about the climate that we have when it comes to engaging with parents. That comes from the board on down. So when it comes to, I believe that we don't really have to look to Mississippi and all those other places, and but what we do, I believe that we really need to look within ourselves and see how we really to tighten up our scraps and put some time in and do some things differently to engage parents and get parents to buy in and to actually spend some of the money. And some of it doesn't even come to money. I think some of it should become to personality and making people feel like they're welcome. I've had several parents who said that, no, we're not welcome over here, and over there's a big business at the district versus this school here is they're more family oriented. So these are questions that I think that we as board members need to ask ourselves as well as staff. Are we friendly enough? Are we cutthroat on answers? Because we're not the only engine in this county that can service students. But when you're someone like SC and G, then you can raise your chest up because you want to only or you want only licensed people who can give out electricity. On this hand, we're not the only engine servicing engine who can give out education. So I think that we have to ask ourselves too, because when you look at schools who are winning and schools who are doing good, when you look at their sports and you look at their parent parental involvement, right here in this district, the classrooms are speaking because the sports are speaking. These kids are engaged in sports and they understand to play sports. You have to be productive in the class all year long. So I yield and leave it there. I'm sure I've given you enough to take it from. So I think that we need to do some digging amongst ourselves in terms of we just rebrand. Did we really rebrand? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Nate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that parent engagement is absolutely important, regardless if it's a single parent household, if it's a dual parent, dual caregiver household, is absolutely irrelevant, and there's nothing that we can do about it. As Ms. Biltwright said, we don't have any effect. There's no action we can take on the household beyond the school district, and nor do I think it's our place to stand on a more high box and tell, or a soapbox and tell our community writ at large how we're supposed to how we should be parenting kids. That's not our job. Our job is to take every kid that comes through these doors and love them and to grow them to the best of their potential, regardless of what is happening at home. I spent 3 years on recruiting duty. And on those 3 years, I spent 75 weeks not living at home. And when it was usually at home at 10 o'clock at night. My daughter would come downstairs, fall asleep in my arms in the armchair. So effectively, my wife was a single parent for 3 years. And my story, and I'm sure Mr. Skyer's got his own stories, but my story is one of hundreds of thousands of millions of people across the state and across the country. It's every family, every nuclear unit is individual. And we have to figure out how to meet every child that comes through the door where they're at. Period. At the end. I don't believe it's our job to go out into the community and preach about what households should be like. Thank you for compiling the information. I think that's the best that we can do as a school, is say, here's the information. We've brought it to one place. Do with it as you will. It's not our job to say one way or the other, whether agree or disagree. I'm kind of glad that it's inconclusive, because it's not our job to say whether it's one thing or another. Our job is to love these kids that come through these doors and educate them to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Any other board members, comments? Ms. Hay?
Mr.
Oh, man. Oh, sorry. Would you like me to
Go ahead.
speak?
Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to say it's such a loaded topic, and it's an area of my expertise, and I'm very passionate about it. So I could go on forever on this topic, but I won't. I loved what my colleagues have said. All of that is true. And I love, Mr. Nate pointing out every family has its own unique, just like people do. We all have our unique struggles. We all have our unique strengths and weaknesses. I do agree, which Mr. Nate touched on for a moment there. The best we can do is compile the information and, allow access to that information for the public if they're not going to look into it on their own. In my time on the board, I've been a huge proponent of, educating families on things that they do have control over, helping them feel empowered, and having information that they need to know what's in the best interest of their kids as a whole. And one of those hills I'm willing to die on is about the use of screens and technology, because as we talk about kids and their anxiety, and what changed, especially over the COVID period, was we've now integrated completely into this technological warp speed, where a lot of, and again, this isn't blaming parents, but a lot of kids, from my experience and from seeing it in studies, they're sitting on technological devices of one form or another a lot of the day. And that is being tied to a lot of these social, emotional anxiety issues. So again, but all we can do, we can't go into everybody's home and change that. All we can do is provide information around it, encourage parents to dig into what's going to prop up their children the best. I'm also fully aware that, frankly, we can't make people want to learn, and we also can't make parents value the education. And I had someone say to me, this week, which is so true, that the goals of each family are different. Some people simply want their children to get the GED or the diploma, and then they want them to go directly to work. Like, do not pass go, do not collect $200, do not just go straight to a job. You've checked this box, you're done. And then we have people that want to see their children go to Ivy League schools. So we can't compare those two groups. You can't fall in the same comparison. And I think that's where we lose. We, as humanity in general, we lose when we're constantly in this comparison game, because there will never be a winning in that. So again, I just thank you for all of your research, Dr. Stratos, and your team for all the work that they always do, a lot of which goes unseen. But I think all we can do is provide information, or like I said, be encouraging parents. And again, is it at back to school night? Is it the teacher having that conversation during a parent teacher conference? Hey, here are some things I really think could help little Johnny, or asking it in a question instead of dictating to them what they should do. Hey, have you ever looked into, maybe this might help, a diet shift might help little Johnny with, hyperactivity or this, that, or the other thing. But we can't tell parents how to parent, and that will be a lose-lose situation if we go down that path. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for giving me the floor to speak.
Very well said, Ms. Hay. Any other board members have a comment?
Yeah, I wanted to after you get done, Mr. Doss, after you get done,
Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. What I was going to say was that I hear what my colleagues are saying, but action without work is dead. So having a plethora of information is no different from a book being on the shelf. So as the leadership of this district, with us being the board, being the head, I think there's absolutely things that we can do. I'm not saying for us to tell parents the same way Mrs. Hay just and so elegantly said upon giving parents information or talking about maybe that diet change for little Johnny might help him out in the classroom. It's just how much are we doing, and let's do more of it. And how do we do more of it? How do we educate the parents? Because, for instance, if you pull the kids who are in some of these after-school programs and you look at their test scores, and you look at their parent engagement in some of these individual after-school programs, then you see you see that actually you're getting more bang for your buck. So to say and say that, oh, this is just good information, and what do? We do nothing with it. We don't need to. No, it's not about telling parents about how to parent your children, because hell, in that case we wouldn't have that group out there who I said the group out there who want to tell us what books to put in the library. So we can say the same thing about them. They want to tell us what kids should not and should have to read. But nonetheless, it's about us educating parents and having parent universities and telling them how they can get to how they can get to resources where they can see their kids' grades. Do you not work power schools? I mean, so I think there's more of us educating them and giving them that information that they may be yearning for, that some of them may not know how to ask for. In terms of parent university, how much of those do we have? How are we engaging parents into those things? So I think that's what more of what this is for, not just to have another book on the shelf. And I just close with action. Work without action is dead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. So if I may, I guess this is my first time this afternoon or today trying to weigh in with an opinion. I go back in society 60 years. In rural southern eastern North Carolina. Educational achievement was not very high, but parents, even though they neither had finished high school, insisted, accepted nothing less than their kids excelling when they went to school. That is not American society now. Kid comes home and complains that it's too hard, or the teacher asked them to do it again. There's resistance. There's resentment. When I was a young kid, and I hate to make it personal, but the preacher was the greatest reinforcement. Our doggone preacher worked every week, 40 plus hours, and pastored 2 churches on alternating weekends. And he took his struggles or her struggles in the later years of what they had to endure on a job, and they related to us and said education was a great liberator, a great equalizer. We don't hear that now. And so I think to Ms. Hayes' point, to Mr. Smith's point, to other points that have been made, and Mr. Nay's point about we can't go in and mandate and what have you, but with a very empathetic approach. I think if parents know what we have learned, and I think we have to applaud Dr. Stratus because she reviewed multiple massive studies, and yet she straddled that middle ground and made sure to not offer her opinion. And I think that's very laudatory. So I think as an institution, we could engage organizations that would be interested in this information to share, not to try to impress upon them that there's some deficiency in their society or their family, but did you know this? So I think that's a good stopping point for us. And I appreciate all the board members who gave their opinions. So with that, the next, yes, sir.
No, we have one more.
Yeah. Pritchardville Elementary. Who's donation? Donation. Oh, motion.
We received a donation for Pritchardville Elementary. It's to purchase a sunshade for the play area. And so the donation, let's see. There's a quote in here, I believe.
11,151.
Yeah. And so that's the estimate for it that's sitting in here. And so in essence, this is just a vote to accept a donation in the approximate value of $11,151.12 to purchase a sunshade at Pritchardville Elementary for the play area.
At this time, I'll make the motion that we accept the motion to accept the check for, I think it was 11,000. How much was it?
Second.
How much?
Okay, it's been properly motioned and second, and we have a comment. I think you had.
I'm very supportive of the fact that we've got somebody that came forward and with a nice donation. I'm surprised at the installation cost, and I'm surprised at the shipping cost. I just felt I needed to make a comment. Yep. We could have gotten 2 shades for the donation price.
Okay.
All right. But I just want to make sure that for anybody listening, that it's not just the item, it also includes the installation. So.
Okay, it's been properly motioned and second. All in favor of accepting the donation, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Smith and Ms. Hay.
Hey, aye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Passes unanimously, sir.
Mr. Chair, motion that we move that we go into executive session for the purposes of discussion of the 2026-2027 employment recommendations pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30 TAC 4 TAC A1. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose Thompson Turner Construction Contract Amendment number 15 for HVAC replacement scope at Beaufort Middle School pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30 TAC 4 TAC 70 A2.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Dr. Carr. All in favor, raise your hands, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ms. Hay and Mr. Smith.
Hey, I.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Smith? Okay, it passes. And we're getting ready to gavel out.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Chair, we have a few motions coming out of executive session. Number one, I move that the Board of Education conditionally accept the superintendent's recommendation for the contract for continuing contractor employee A not be renewed for the 2026-2027 school year, subject to the board's duty to review the matter on the merits in a hearing pursuant to South Carolina law.
All right, it's been properly motioned and second. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Online?
Hey, I.
Thank you,
Smith,
Ms.
aye.
Hay. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Pass unanimous.
I move the Board of Education accepts the superintendent's recommendation that the contract of an annual contract teacher, employee B, not be renewed for the 2026-2027 school year, subject to the employee's right to appeal pursuant to South Carolina Code of Law.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly motioned and second by Mr. Small. All in favor, raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. Online, Ms. Hay.
Hey, I.
Smith, aye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Pass unanimously.
And finally, for this, Mr. Chair, I move that the Board of Education accept the superintendent's recommendations for the renewal of certified employees for the 2026-2027 school year.
It's been properly motioned. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Carr. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Actually,
Yeah.
there's comments on this, and I'd like to make a comment. I will not be voting on this because I didn't get to see I didn't get to take my time and read it because I'm not there. So I didn't. So therefore, due to it being a large list and I'm not able to see, I will not be voting on this. I will be abstaining from this vote.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Smith. All right, properly motioned and second. All in favor, raise your hands. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Online, Ms. Hay.
Hey, I.
Thank you, ma'am. All right.
And finally, I move that the
Mrs.
Board of
Smith, abstain.
Education. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 15 with Thompson Turner Construction for the Beaufort Middle School HVAC replacement scope of work with a guaranteed maximum price of $3,907,699 using 2023 bond referendum funds.
Okay, it's been properly motioned and second by Colonel Guy. All in
I have a
favor, raise your
question.
hand.
I do have a question.
Aye. Oh, what was it?
I do have a
Yes,
question.
Mrs. Smith. Okay.
For the public's notice, for the public's notice, this was a bond referendum, a bond referendum item, correct?
It actually says that it is a bond referendum item in the motion.
I heard that, but I still just wanted to make sure, make the notification just to make sure that I understand it. And if someone else from the public did not, then I'll put that out there. So that's why I asked the question. I'd like for it to be answered. That's it.
Okay, properly motioned and second. All in favor, raise your hands. Aye. Aye. Opposed? Ms. Hay or Mrs. Smith?
Hey, I.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Smith?
Mrs. Smith, aye.
Okay, passed unanimously. All right.
That concludes motions coming out of executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Public session? No public sessions. Wow. Barring any objection to this meeting being adjourned, we are now adjourned.